There we go. And beautiful. It is working. We are live properly in the spot I want it to be. One day I'll get Restream to work properly. One day. Just copy the URL and we should be good to go. And now we just let everyone know that we are live. Come on. I hit send. There we are. Cool, cool. Just got to do all the old promotion-y stuff. If anybody is in chat currently, hello. Hope you're doing okay. Lyoko, hello. How's it going? Where's the channel I'm looking for? Way too many channels here. Oh boy. All of the channels, yes. D&D Short broke one D&D Ranger. How so? Also, there's a 5-second delay between message and speaking. When I respond to you, kind of thing. Or is that the snap my fingers right now. That's... No, I don't think so. It looks fine. Okay, I thought it was like the cam. So the camera's fine. It's not it's not any other kind of issue. I think it's because Restream. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, just to make sure, the camera is fine. When I'm talking, words are coming out of my mouth when they're supposed to. The way Restream does it, it adds more delay. Delay to the chat or delay to the mic? I'm getting confused here. Yes, also, if you want less delay, Twitch has less. So yes to the mic being weird. Yeah, they are coming out. Okay. The words are coming out fine. That's good. Okay, so it's just chat delay. Chat delay is fine. I'm okay with chat delay because that's the nature of a stream. But mic delay, you know, that's kind of off-putting. So, what are we going to do today is the question here. So we left off with Order of Espionage last time. Do we want to start with that, though? As for the Ranger, at level 1, they can do 66 plus 3 damage in a single turn thanks to picking up Magic Initiate for the Hex spell. Getting non-concentration Hunter's Mark and 2 light weapons from 1 D&D. Oh yeah, that's a big yikes. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know why they're changing the classes. Like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And they were supposed to, like, market this as, like, wow, woohoo, it's, backwards compatible. And then they go and do all this class bullshit, and it's like, wow, this is not backwards compatible at all, so you lied. Cool. Like, I'm all for updating, new features. Hornatico, we're just starting, so you're not missing anything. We're just talking about the Ranger, kind of, in 1 D&D. But yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like, I'm all for updating features at that level, but, like, don't shift stuff around, or, like, don't shift the entire structure of the class around. You know, don't even get me started on epic boons. Epic boons are horrible. Like, from level 19 to 20, you're not leveling up into a class, you're just leveling up. It's just, like, 19 to 20 in 1 D&D have nothing to do with your level. Like, epic boons are not a they're not a class feature, they're just a feature that designates you're an epic hero. So, like, if you multi-class once, you're no longer an epic hero. Like, the narrative of that is just weird to me. But yeah, I could rant. I might do a video on that. Just ranting. I've thought about doing that, but I don't know. I don't have the motivation to do videos as much as I used to, so we'll see. But what I do need to work on some classes, or subclasses rather. So, never been a fan of epic boons to begin with. I've never really used them. I've used, like, special, like, the lesser version of them. So, like the temporary ones, not the permanent ones. I gave one to a frog one time. You could let it shoot lightning. And that was fun. It's like the party pet could now shoot bolts of lightning. It had 3 charges, so they had to use it sparingly. But that was fun. It's kind of the point, no one actually uses them. I think that's mainly because nobody really gets to level 20, and that's only because WotC doesn't provide support for tier 4 play. Like, none of their adventures go up to tier 4. Like, you're lucky if an adventure they produce goes to tier 3. So, they just need to actually support all tiers of play and make it fun and interesting. You know? And then it would be totally fine to do, like, epic boons and all that. But, like, still don't include them as a part of the base class. Not a fan. Like, it just ruins so much design space for designers like myself. Just like, okay, all classes in D&D now are from level 1 to 18. That's your design space. 19 to 20? Yeah, no, that's not part of the class. And, like, people have argued, like, okay, yeah, sure, you know, there's no tier 4 play, so you're kind of wasting the narrative there, but, like, you're still making a cool narrative for the class, regardless if people get to it or not. It's like, okay, wow, that's cool, that's super flavorful, I understand what this class is all about, that's really cool. But, like, with an epic boon, it's just like, okay, here's, like, a generic power that anyone can get. Woo. You know? It's just boring. Apparently they want to do something where it's like, okay, these epic boons are for expert classes only. Or these epic boons are for warrior classes only. And that's kind of cool. I do like the sortation they've got, and that plugging into feats, and therefore epic boons, which are basically just bigger feats. But, I don't know. Like, overall, I'm not happy with epic boons, and the changes to spell casting is pretty bad. It's a really bad direction. And, like, I'm not the only one. When, like, big designers like Ross Weiser and Benjamin Huffman, like the two biggest third-party designers out there, or some of the biggest third-party designers. It's like, ooh, you know, I thought I was alone in this, but, like, you know, if they're thinking that too, then, like, yeah. Hopefully that changes. So, I don't know. Really do be like that. Yes, it does. The dumb part is that they're actually making what's originally meant to be dumb ideas, like Barb and Ranger, into somewhat good ones. The dumb part is that they're actually making what's originally meant to be dumb ideas, like Barbarian and Ranger, into somewhat good ones. What do you mean by that? Like, you're just not a fan of the Barbarian and Ranger concept? But yeah, probably should actually start designing here, shouldn't we? Alright, so what do we have here? I guess we'll try and whack away more at the Order of Espionage, because that's where we left off last time. So I have gone ahead and actually gone through off-stream and updated all the, well, not this one, I haven't figured out what I want to do with that one fully yet. But the extended spell list is what I've got here. So I think the flavor works for Order of Espionage here, like comprehend language is an illusory script. There's your invisible ink built in, right? Instead of having to write out a whole feature for that, just take illusory script. And also selective secret scribe, which we kind of discussed last stream. It's another custom spell for this class. Kind of gets that flavor of invisible ink, secretive writing, without me turning it into a feature, you know? Because this would just bloat out the whole class, or the subclass. Basically, the idea is that no caster would ever want to multi-class into Barbarian, and now Ranger has an excuse thanks to non-concentration Hunter's Mark. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah. Order of Espionage, or as I think of it, the Best Sealer Order. It is pretty cool. I kind of like Order of Messengers a lot, personally. I think that's my favorite one so far. Just for the flavor alone. I think that's really neat. What was I getting at? Oh yeah, there's a lot of weirdness with the Bard as well, which I'm not a fan of. Like, the reaction healing with your dice, or Bardic Inspiration. That's cool on paper until you realize, okay, so like I know it's not that broken, but like the weirdness of it is just, it's just odd. Because it's like, okay, you know, while you've rolled for initiative, you can use your dice to heal, basically. And it's like, okay, what's the stipulation of rolling for initiative? Why is that there? Like, that's purely a mechanics thing, which is weird. I understand why it's there, because like if you could heal as a reaction whenever you want, and get all those dice back on a short rest, and then heal again, and then get all those dice back on another short rest and heal again, you know, you can heal your party up to full without ever having to take a long rest. It's just very clumsy. And the other feature I don't like is this new, like, you know, built-in healing thing. Which, you know, okay, cool, it's a feature that gives you a bunch of healing spells. That's great. But that's not a feature. That's a workaround for the horrible spellcasting system they're trying to plug into the game. Because it's like, okay, the bard can only take these 4 schools of magic. And it's like, okay, well, all the healing spells don't fit into that school of magic. So now wizards are like, oh, gee, I don't know, how do we get healing spells? Yeah, turn it into a feature. But it's not a feature, it's a workaround. Like, it's just so clumsy. And like the whole problem, right, with 5e, you know, like I don't get why people are not up in arms about this. Like the cleric, right? Everybody, the whole meme is like, you know, oh, I'm playing a cleric, and then the rest of the party is like, oh, why aren't you healing me? You need to heal me. Heal me. That's your job, cleric. You know, they don't have a feature that says they need to heal, you know, necessarily, right? The bard now does. The bard in 1D&D now has a feature that says, you are a healer, you should probably spend all your spell slots to heal. If you don't, your party is going to be mad at you, right? Because you literally have a feature that says, hey, here's all these healing spells, you automatically have them. So, all bards have healing spells. So there's no, like, excuse where a cleric has, like, yeah, you know, I'm playing a cleric, but, you know, I don't have any healing spells. And you're like, oh, fine, whatever, okay, I guess. But now all bards, no matter what they want to play as, what they want to do, what role they want, they have to be a healer because it's plugged in to their base class spell list. And that is bad design. Yeah, not a fan of the direction they're going in for Magic and class reworks. So I should play Messenger. Yeah, well, Order of Cartography fits the theme of what we're going for a little game. Order of Messengers, Order of Hermes. I mean, you know, that'd be a bit too specific. Order of Messengers gets the idea across. If you want to play a Hermes kind of character, absolutely go for it, right? I'm trying to keep the names sort of like wide as possible. They're all pretty cool flavor-wise. If I had the time to draw concept characters for each one, that would be cool. Speaking of long rest, 1D&D casters can't recover spell slots on a long rest anymore. Yeah, I think somebody pointed that out. Very weird. I think that's probably an oversight, and or it's plugged into something else. I don't know. It's plugged into some other rule like they haven't released yet is what I'm kind of getting at. Anyway. Order of Espionage. Actually, I think I wanted to check something in here, right? Right. Thieves can't. Gain proficiency with your choice of either Forge Kits, the Deception skill, or Stealth skill. Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. Invisible ink. Any sigils, seals, and the magical effects produced within that you create are invisible to all creatures other than those you specify. Very tiny feature, but very evocative. And also makes sense, right? That makes sense. Like with those 3 lines there, that's enough. Like nobody's kind of confused on the mechanics of that. I hope. I guess because we kind of have notes here, let's work on this, but it's tied directly into Shadowmark, so let's get a refresher on that. Thanks to the invisible ink that flows through your sigils, you have developed a technique to bolster your allies. Is that the right word I want to use? I guess so. Bolster your allies. To bolster your allies with illusory magic. Cool. As an action, you target one creature you can see within one of your seals. That creature, along with anything they're wearing or carrying while it remains on their person, becomes invisible until the end of your next turn. This invisibility ends early if that creature attacks or casts a spell. Okay. So you're basically, with Shadowmark, you're basically just giving free casting of the invisibility spell. Well, it's not completely free, because you have to use spell slots to set up the seal, and the enemy has to be, or the ally rather, has to be within the seal. So it's not entirely free, but theoretically, you could spend a first level spell slot to make a small seal, and be casting it at first level multiple times effectively. You know what I mean, right? You're spending a spell slot once, and you can do this over and over and over again for the 10 minutes while the seal is up, as long as you actually have an ally that can gain the benefits of being inside the seal. Espionage is normally known for the information gathering, so perhaps a way to study creatures' data, somehow reveal their weaknesses, and turning their strengths against them. Yeah, that could be a good idea. Information gathering. Which kind of makes me think, for trickery, we could include the insight skill. But at that point now, there's so many options that it almost kind of gets to a point where, like, do we want to make it, like, choose 2 from Forgery Kits, Deception, Stealth, Insight? Because I was thinking, like, plug Insight into 10th level, but, like, that's really late to come online for an Insight skill. And that seems like something you could get earlier on, right? Is it going to be that powerful to give out 2 skills at first level? Is your seal becoming invisible that powerful to begin with? One thing it could be, for example, is when a creature has high AC, you suddenly turn it around and make it so anything less than the creature's AC hits them. That's... That's kind of funky. I'm not sure that... That almost seems like reality warping. Like a reality warping theme, rather than like a information gathering theme. Like, that's a cool idea. But I don't know if it's gonna fit. I mean, I'll jot it down for now. You see. Yeah, 2 Doctor Strange. A little, yeah. Yeah. Add. Okay. As usual for now, we will hold off on the 10th level skill, because it's a lot to figure out, you know? With this one, like the 14th level being a direct upgrade to your 6th level feature just makes it very easy. That being said, There are two ways we can go about doing this, right? So Shadow Mark, you can use an action to turn a ally invisible as long as they're in their zone. However, it functions just like regular invisibility. So if they attack or cast a spell, the invisibility ends early. So, my idea here is to either make this some sort of mass invisibility equal to your proficiency bonus, because at 14 you can turn 5, and then 17 you can turn 6. But the typical adventuring party is probably not going to be more than 5 or 6 people anyway, so... But there's always pets, so... And yourself. You could theoretically make yourself invisible too. But, again, this is only inside a seal, so you're not going to be, like, strolling down a hallway and just snap your fingers and make everyone invisible. Now, if you took the time to turn that hallway into a seal, then that'd be fine. Or, yeah, greater invisibility is on your spell list. So use greater invisibility, go in ahead, turn that hallway into a seal, because invisible ink, all your seals and sigils are invisible when you scribe them. Go back out the other side, have your allies get in the seal, activate it, they're all invisible, and now they all stroll down the hallway together. That could be pretty cool. Again, plays into like the stealth information gathering, like I'll go ahead, I'll do what I gotta do, and then I'll get you in after me, you know? Breaking in. Breaking in! Yeah! That's cool. That's cool theming. Or the other option is just have some sort of greater invisibility, right? So it's a direct upgrade. So it's literally just Shadow Mark minus this. Basically just delete that and you've got the upgraded version. This would be really cool for like a rogue or a paladin, or anyone really. Like that is definitely like a big power boost, like absolutely a big power boost. And it's still gonna be an action, right? It's still gonna be an action. It's still gonna be an action. But it's an action to constantly have a non-concentration greater invis every turn. Like, what do you guys think? I'll turn this to chat. What do you guys think? Like, what would you rather have? A mass invisibility inside the zone, but there's, if any of them attack still, or cast a spell just like this, it's gonna break. Or a single target greater invisibility that you can repeat over and over again. Like, I'm thinking the greater invisibility would be a bigger, like, actual power boost. Like, sure, it's still supportive, but it's still a power boost nonetheless. But the flavor and shenanigans of a mass invisibility would also be really cool. That early on? What do you mean that early on? This is something you're getting at 14th level. You think 14th level is still too early for greater invis? Because like this is something you can only add to one character, right? So you pop it onto an ally. It lasts till the end of your next turn. Like, sure, you can pop it onto a different ally, but as soon as your turn then ends, the invisibility fades from that first target, right? It looks like it's saying 6th level. No. This is... So, how this works is at 6th level, you get a seal interaction feature. And then at 14th level, you get an upgrade to your 6th leveled feature. That's how it works. Sorry, I've explained this a few times in past streams. I kind of forget who's new here to watch the stream. My apologies. Irithil Dragon, I think that's how I pronounce that. Hello, welcome. I don't think I've seen you around. Hi, welcome to the stream. How about greater invis to lots of people, but it's all tied to one concentration check that gets dropped at once? That is kind of interesting, but the whole point of Shadowmark is making it non-concentration. The only stipulation here is you need to spend your action every turn to maintain that invisibility. That's the only thing there. And like dropping like a concentration rule into this, it doesn't necessarily seem like an upgrade, it seems more like a side grade, kind of. Oh, to sustain. Yeah, you need to, like, burn your action every turn to sustain it. And as long as they maintain, or as long as that ally stays in your sealed zone, right? Real quick, for people that don't know, seals, basically, you're running around the map with, like, a giant paintbrush or something, or, like, a wax stamp or something, marking little sigil spots, and then you basically use an action to connect the dots, and boom, you've now got a seal. And you pick like an effect, like, for example, Seal of Containment, right? It makes people or foes have a harder time leaving the zone. That's an example of a seal. You can spend more sigils, or like make more sigils to make the zone bigger, but the more sigils you place, and therefore the bigger the zone, the higher of a spell slot you need to spend to activate it. So it requires that setup, and then you need to, once it's set up, you're good to go, and you can just, boom, burn your, action every turn to maintain the invisibility. Hopefully that made sense, that little ramble, because I always forget what I have and haven't explained. Like, this is so second nature for me that I'm like, oh yeah, it's this and that, okay, cool, move on. And then it might leave some people confused because I forgot to mention something that's kind of important. So, a side grade might work considering the strength of greater invis, perhaps a new option rather than an upgrade. Yeah, I guess so. Like, it still kind of gets the flavor, but, oh, cool, an area control kind of caster. Exactly. This is area control, the class, effectively. And that's something I will need to work on a little later, the actual seals themselves. I've got 7, but I want more than 7, because you know a number up to your proficiency bonus, so you'll eventually learn 6, and I don't want it to be like, alright, you've learned all of them, except for 1. I want at least 12 is what I'm aiming for. But that'll be a different stream. I'm hoping I can get suggestions from chat, and we can work on that together. Or, I mean, maybe we could do that after we do Order of Espionage. I mean, why not? Dip my toes in that a little bit. Okay. I'm trying one of the Next Fest demos, and they said why you can't swim. They failed the swimming test. I'm not sure what you mean, Ash, but you go have fun. You do you. You know that meme where it's like that little girl, and it's like, why not both? I'm starting to feel that way, right? I'm starting to feel why not both. Because, like, with some of the other ones, like, what was it? The, oh, no, too far. Priority package for the Order of Messengers, right? The blur effect. I was going between that and, like, okay, maybe it makes you faster, or maybe it does this, or movement speed, or blur, and then I was like, okay, you know, this one's all about teleportation. So it's going to be teleportation. I can't do anything else because mobility is going to be cartographers, like regular, actually, like running really fast kind of stuff. So teleportation, boom, that made sense, right? I'm going between two things, but both of them are invisibility. Like, I don't see me reusing any of these elsewhere. Like, if I don't pick one, there's no way I'm going to go anywhere else because I'm absolutely not having another invisibility-focused subclass. That's just kind of funky. Like, what could I even do for another one? Like, other than espionage, right? That basically covers it, like, you know, the Invisible Ink subclass, but I've already got a feature called Invisible Ink, and then it gets a lot of extended spells that are basically Invisible Ink. Like, Illusory Script and Secret Scribe are that boiled down into a spell, basically. So you know what? Instead of humming and hawing about, like, oh, what about this, what about that, this one's good for power, this one's good for flavor, I'm just gonna do both. I've settled on it. We're done. We are moving on. Alright, so. Mastering the powers of your invisible ink. You can now mastering the powers of your invisible ink, you can now infuse it into multiple creatures, or finally, I'm here in your streams again. The Space Gamer. Hello. I haven't seen that name in a little while. How are you doing? You can fuse it into multiple creatures, or greatly bolster one. When you use your action, as described in your Shadow Mark feature, choose one of the following effects to over. Just playing games as you do. Very nice. What's on the games list today, my friend? So... do I need all of this? Or can I just reference back to Shadowmark? I think I might just do that. Choose one creature you can see within one of your seals. That creature along with anything as wearing and carrying becomes invisible until the end of your turn. The single because I already make reference to when you use your action as described in your shadow mark feature. So that is referenced right up there, so I don't think I need to reference it again in the bullet point. You... single creature, you turn invisible. No longer drops invisibility early if they attack or cast a spell. Target a number of you could target a number of creatures inside your seal equal to your proficiency bonus to turn invisible. So the single creature you turn invisible. Orb of Creation is what you're playing. I don't think I've heard of that one. How big can the seals be made? So the working version of it is something I'm probably going to tweak, but the working version of it is, so you've got a sigil, right? Sigils are the building blocks of your seals. So you go to a 5-foot square, you know, like you've got their grid and minis and whatnot. There's an empty 5-foot square. You sort of take your paintbrush and scribe a seal in there. Another seal can be made if they want to be connected, another seal can be made 5 times your intelligence modifier feet apart from you. And you can place a number of sigils equal to twice your proficiency bonus. And those don't need to be the same seal, right? You can use those sigils to make multiple smaller seals if you wish, or go ahead and make like one super massive seal, right? But that's going to take you a lot of time, because you can only scribe from levels 2 to 4. You can scribe 2 sigils per turn, and level 5 onwards you can scribe 3 per turn, and you need at least 3 to make a seal. So max 12, yeah. At minimum 4 seals. Cool. Yeah, okay. The distances might need some tweaking, but I do like the fact that you don't necessarily need to build a really big seal. You can have multiple going if you have the time to set them up. Because they last for 10 minutes, but they do require an action. But what you could do is you could like scribe a bunch of seals or sigils and not activate them and go into a boss room. Or not a boss room, but like a big room. And then draw all the enemies in, and they're like, we're ready to fight. Wait, what are all these weird things on the ground? You roll for initiative, and then you like, boop, this one's activated, and then your next turn, boop, this one's activated, and then so on and so forth, right? Like, pre-planning and preparation is going to be a really big part of this kind of class, which I know is not something you necessarily can do. But, like I said, you know, drawing enemies to you would be a good idea. But yeah, I'm thinking maybe making it a flat distance. I don't know if I need to make the distance between the sigils scale with your intelligence modifier. I think I might just make it a flat 15. Because, like, that's already a pretty big zone, right? And then one of the sealing instruments I want to do, which is your other subclass. Like, you've got your order, and then you've got your sealing instruments. So yes, this does get 2 subclass progressions as you level up. One of the sealing instruments I want is going to let you place your sigils farther apart. And I really want to do that. So, like, if I also then make it so your seal distance scales with intelligence, I think that might be a little too much. Because, like, why would you not just scribe the smallest possible ones? Because the distance is already huge. Like, sure, it's gonna be triangle-shaped, and that might be awkward, but, like, I don't know. I need to sit down and think about that a bit more. But that's not really gonna make or break the class. That's something I can, like, fix later. It's honestly awesome. It seems like this class would really reward attentive and inquisitive players. Exactly. Oh, you love to see it. Yeah. This is like, you know, pre-planning, big brain, the class, which is also kind of why it's intelligence-based. Yeah, I know, another intelligence-based caster, right? Ooh, so unique, so brave, making a homebrew intelligence-based caster. But, I don't know. It does make sense for the class, right? You can target a number of creatures inside your seal equal to your proficiency bonus to turn invisible. To turn invisible. Yeah, I might as well. As described in your shadow mark feature. Do I need that though? Like, does this make sense to you? So like, this bit here, the bit I've highlighted, does that make sense, right? Because right up here, when you use your action as described in your shadow mark feature, choose one of the following effects to occur. So that's already plugging back into the shadow mark, right? So one of the options you can do is you target a number of creatures inside your seal equal to your proficiency bonus to turn invisible. End of sentence. Is that going to confuse players? Are they going to be like, okay, they turn invisible, but when does the invisibility end? You know? Is it clear enough that this is plugging directly into Shadowmark? Or do I actually need to write, as described in your Shadowmark feature, when referencing their invisibility? You're brave for making a homebrew caster at all. Every time I think about making one, I think about choosing spell lists and lose all will to create. I feel you, man. It took a while for me to write out all this spell list stuff. Like, that was a good day just to get all that done. So I don't blame you on that. Especially a full caster like this one is. Because, like, the interesting thing about this as a full caster, right, is, like, barely gets any offensive spells. And that's what I like. I like about this, or like, this is what I like about 5e, right? I don't like the direction they're going in for 1 D&D, where it's like, okay, cool, you get everything on the arcane list, but only these spell schools. And it's like, okay, cool, you know, this spell school is normally utility, until you realize, like, oh, there's like a massive psychic damage spell in there that can, like, wreck people's faces. No thanks, right? That's my issue with it. But we've gone over that. I'm starting to sound like a broken record, if anybody's already been here for that little rant at the beginning of the stream. That makes sense to me, but I think maybe specify it lasts as long as the sealer maintains invisibility. So there's no ambiguity. Yeah. Which at that point is basically referencing Shadowmark. So yeah, I think I'll just keep this in there. You target a number of creatures inside your seal equal to your proficiency bonus to turn invisible, as described in your Shadowmark feature. Okay. The single creature you turn invisible no longer drops invisibility early. Yeah. Choose one of the following effects to occur. Yeah, okay. Beautiful. I think that's that done. But what do we call this now? That's the question. Oh, what do we call this? I'm fine. I'm good. Just the teeniest, tiniest bit of water went down the wrong way. Concealing seal? Yeah. Con. Concealing. No, that's kind of dumb. Concealing seal. Perfection. Yeah. Like, like obviously to play on words with conceal, but like, is it though? Because like, con in D&D is shorthand for either concentration, like as in a concentration check, or constitution, right? That's my only issue with that. Hey, RXB, hello, welcome, hello from Twitch. Apparently Incan isn't a word. I thought it was. Oh well. The animated on your remote stream overlay don't animate somehow. It's meant to be... That's supposed to be like the moist critical one. Yeah, I'm using the Restream chat so it can get both Twitch and YouTube. As you do. Incan Shroud. Apparently, Incan is not a word. Seems like it should be, though, but that's fine. I do kind of like Shroud. Shroud is a good word. Concealing Shroud. Yeah? Concealing Shroud. I think so? What do you think? Chat. Concealing Shroud is pretty nice. Yeah. Obscuring Shroud? Hey, Black Retro, how's it going? Welcome to chat, unless I missed a previous message that, hi, hello. Obscuring Shroud. Obscuring Shroud or Concealing Shroud? Obscuring. Obscuring is also kind of nice. Whatever is left over is honestly free food for the other. Yeah. Nope. Just joining. Fan of your channeler class. Oh, thank you. A fan of the channeler. You'll love to see it, because that's, I don't know, it feels like the channeler is kind of like my least performing one. Like, you know, it's always nice to hear people are liking the channeler, because I always did something kind of different with that one, in the fact that, like, it's a martial, but, like, not really, because it's very magic focused, but it just doesn't get spellcasting. So it was just kind of a weird, funky thing there. Obscuring is nice. but I think I'm gonna go with concealing. Only because it has seal in it. You know? That's literally it. So, concealing shroud. But I do like obscuring. As a word. We could maybe use that for the 10th level feature somehow. Possibly, perhaps, maybe. I don't know. But we shall see. Concealing shroud. Character. Give it the old pink 5. Because we are done. That feature, anyway. The seal wins again. Yes. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Sorry, just a dumb idea. Really, really dumb idea. A full party of sealers. A full party of 6 sealers would be SEAL Team 6. Oh boy. Ew. YouTube emotes. What's wrong with YouTube emotes? Yes. I'm just gonna give that a little bit more space. Cool. Okay. Not bad. Order of Espionage is looking to be pretty nice. Didn't you have a spell from me, A-bot, about beams? That pun was the same caliber as a full group of paladins being called the A-Men. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose so. Very classy. About beams. I think so. I've got a few beam-related spells written up. If I haven't, it might be on the list, but that was a different that was a spell jam. This is a class design thing, so I don't really. I mean, I could, but I could go pull it up, but I'll save that for an actual stream spell design, which I'm sure I'll get back to doing another spell jam, but I'm just kind of very laser focused on getting the sealer done. On the note of homebrew, I remade the whole ranger class the other day. Oh. And combined it with parts of the revised ranger that they actually finished because I wanted to. Nice. Yeah, I don't know if you're on the Discord, but feel free to post that into the homebrew chat for people to check out. That'd be kind of cool. Link should be down in the description. Pretty sure. If it's not there, let me know. But yeah, Order of Espionage. Let's get back to it. So, the dreaded 10th level feature. This is what I always get stuck on. Because, like, 6 and 14, super easy. It's an upgrade to your seal, and then it's an upgrade to the upgrade of your seal. Easy peasy. 3 and 10 are a little bit more loosey-goosey. It's literally just flavor. Like, what is really evocative of somebody who's like a spy, but like a literary spy, you know? Has to do with like information gathering in books and whatnot, right? You know, I need to test it first with some players, but afterwards I'd be happy to. I mean, you know, you can always post it there and get feedback from people in the Discord, right? That's one thing you could do. But yeah, 3 and 10 are all about flavor. So it's not necessarily something set in stone, which is making it a little bit more difficult. It's not like it's that difficult, it's just like the possibilities are endless, right? It's not like a set in stone possibility. It's like there's a lot of things I could do, and it's like, okay, what's the best way to approach it kind of thing. That's where the difficulty's coming from. Few things are as satisfying as going back to an old project and discovering it's not as bad as you thought it was. Yeah. I'm working on the True Namer right now, and it's aged surprisingly well. Nice. Yeah, that's cool. I think last stream you were talking about it, and you were saying like, oh, it's not good, I'm not happy with it. So I'm good you've given it another look over, and you're more satisfied. That's true. That's true, you know. I always think of passive bonuses this level. But maybe something... bonus to stealth and investigation. Yeah. Yeah. Like somebody suggested something to do with information gathering, which is cool. Like, I really do like the new actions in combat section from the 1D&D UA, and if this was in 5e, I could just be like, oh yeah, you can use the investigate action and search action and whatever weird things they're throwing in there as a bonus action, right? On combat, you can just be like, you think hard, but really fast. And be like, yep, I can get rid of this weak point and all that stuff. I don't know where I'm trying to go with that. Hopefully that made some sense. Leon Thomas. Hello? I think? There's been a lot of L names that have popped up, and I can't remember if you're new. But hi, if you are. It's great when you forget about something you worked on and come back to realize you did something really cool. Yeah. Absolutely. What about a unique seal to this order? It aids in stealth or investigation while you're trying to investigate something inside. That could be kind of interesting. I don't... The thing with seals, though, is I want the seals to be like, anyone can take them, and the 6th level and 14th level is what's providing new utility to every seal you make. And that's already taken up by the invisibility, so making like this the only class that gets like a unique seal, because I haven't done that for anything else. Like the 3rd level and 10th level things, I think I want to make them more intrinsic to the character itself. Like something they can just do, rather than like tying it directly to a seal. Because I've already kind of done that with Shadowmark and Concealing Shroud, right? And yes, I kind of understand that Invisible Ink is focusing on your seal sigils and all that to make them invisible. That's not necessarily something that everything else gets, like delivery satchels, just something the messenger can do, right? The Order of Origami, it can fold a spell scroll into an origami blade. Yeah, this one kind of breaks the mold slightly, but not that much. It also does get this, right? So that is something intrinsic to what it does. Alternatively, you could have all seals that function when you have that level. Yeah, but then that's like sealing upgrade. Again. And that's too many sealing upgrades. Or is it? I don't know. Would giving true sight on anything in the seal be overpowered? Sounds cool, but unsure if it's like too much. Yeah, I think it might be too much. Let me just check something real quick. True Seeing is the spell that gives you true sight. 6th level divination. Lasts for 1 hour. And that would come online at 10th. At 10th level, you can cast 5th level spells. 11th level, you can cast 6th level spells. So immediately that level after. Yeah, immediately the level after. That's pretty good then. Yeah, I guess, but the only issue there is like... The only issue there is, like, you can make, like, the smallest seal you can make is only going to cost one, like, a level 1 spell slot. And I guess your true sight would extend out... Yeah, your true sight would extend out only as far as the seal. Because we could do it like, oh wait, you're standing in the seal, you got 120 feet of true sight. But... I don't know. Like, true sight is powerful, but, like, it's only powerful if you kind of have it constantly, right? If you're, like, looking at an enemy and you're like, that's a little suspicious. I'm kind of suspicious of them. You're like, okay, hold on, just give me a second. You just stay right there. I'm just gonna draw this, like, large area around you. Don't mind me. Like, sure, your sigils and seals are invisible, right? And I guess you could make yourself invisible to scribe it. But that's still really awkward. Like, okay, cool, you burn greater invisibility to make yourself invisible. You now scribe a zone around them. But are they really gonna stay still? Like... True sight would be good if you can just have it all the time. But having it all the time at 10th level is way too strong. And the only other real way to tie it in is like... Yeah, you can cast True Seeing whenever you want. But that's going to be awkward because you don't get 6 level slots until 11th level, and this has to come online at 10th. I don't know. It's like, could we even do something more evocative than just like, yeah, you get True Sight, right? Like, information gathering is the note we've got here. Like, information gathering. You could do a lot more interesting things with that than just be like, aha, True Sight, and be done with it. Because, like, I'm worried if I'm like, yeah, you get True Sight, and you can also do this and that, might raise a few red flags in people trying to be like, I want to play this at their table, and they're already kind of like on the edge about homebrew, right? I don't know. Well, I'll think on that a bit more. The Curse of the 10th level feature. I mean, that's not to say I don't have a 10th level feature already. Like, I've got... The Order of Artists is the only subclass I've got done. So, like, to give an idea of the power I'm kind of looking for a 10th level feature, it's like, yeah, it's powerful, but it's not like destructive powerful. Like, the Order of Artists is basically a summoner. So it's gonna paint things to life. Like, the things you paint come to life and you summon them. So at 10th level, you get Masterpiece. And the creatures you paint into existence are bolstered by your incredible artistic talent. If a spell you cast that summons a creature requires concentration, you automatically succeed on any saving throws to maintain concentration of that spell. That is powerful. But it's not powerful in the way where it's like, boom, direct damage boost to my summons. You're still only going to have one summon, and it's still going to have the same attack, it's still going to have the same health, it's still going to have the same stats. The only difference is that it's not going to go poof if you take damage. That's it, right? It's power, but it's not power, right? If that makes any sense. So it's like, it's still a fairly powerful feature, but it's not like, haha, I'm going to now nuke the battlefield with my new destructive blast or something, you know? Alright, let's catch up with chat here. I think it'd be neat if you didn't give the person within True Sight. But anything within the seal can be seen as if people are observing them. Okay. That's kind of interesting. I actually did a golem core like that for my Golemancer. It's like a higher level divination golem core where, like, you see anything in the Moppet's aura where it walks around. Because, like, they'll walk around, they produce an aura. Anything in that aura you see as if you had True Sight. So I actually have used that mechanic before, and I do like that. So, recycle the mechanic? Maybe. I almost feel like... I almost feel like we could... Well... I don't know. I almost feel like that's gonna be... That's just a sealing effect. Or a seal effect. Which I could very well turn into a seal itself. Something a bit more interesting. Not to say that's a bad idea. Just do something a bit more interesting with this. Like a bit more... Not more interesting. That's like a wrong word. This is like a really interesting idea as well. But a bit more personal to like the character itself, rather than like having to rely on a seal for everything, you know? Like make them a good investigator just because they're a good investigator, right? Like you don't necessarily need to make them a good investigator, but only while they have a seal active. Like, I get that's their thing, but they already have their 6th and 14th level features doing that, because that's the scaffolding for the class. That's how that works. Like, that's how every subclass works. Like, it's always 6 and 14 get something that interacts with the seal in a new way. At 10th level, you unlock Nuclear Blast, yes. You see things inside the seal as if you had true sight. Cool. I'll add that to the list down there. I do like that. Might have to add a like a level requirement on that. But it is cool. Perhaps True Sight only applies to the seal containment box. Yo, we got the same idea. Oh. That's what I'm trying to say. Nice. To keep the vibe of espionage, perhaps the true seeing is only given to the sealer who uses the feature, so everyone else is... Yeah. I think the best thing a class can do is give the player the means to have the unique abilities they can't take from feats. Part of me wanting to suggest expertise, but that's on the table as an every ASI. Yeah, I was considering expertise as well, just because, like, yeah, this is basically kind of like a rogue themed subclass, and they get expertise, right? But like, I don't know. I don't know. I definitely do want something to do with information gathering, though. I like that theming a lot. Like, that's really cool. I think for now, we're just going to... oh, maybe? Hold on. So, weird idea, but like, imagine putting tiny seals onto people's faces so you can use your espionage seals on them. Legend lore. Did I give them legend lore? No, I didn't. I gave legend lore to someone else, I thought, right? Hold on. Cartographer doesn't get legend lore either. Huh. No. Who did I give legend lore to? I thought I did. Oh, yeah, that's right. It was It was between either mislead or legend lore. Yeah, it was between either mislead or legend lore. And I gave them mislead. Just because, like, okay, yeah, you've got your utility here, and then invisibility, right? Utility, invisibility. And there's no real invisibility at 3rd level. But invisibility here, woohoo, you know? That's what I was trying to do. So, I don't know. Legend lore is on the Sealer spell list. I'm not crazy, right? I did remember to put it there. That is definitely something that fits the class. Legend lore is 5th level, right? Legend lore, right there. Cool. So they can pick it up if they want, but maybe a free casting of legend lore and improve it somehow, maybe. Legend lore is 5th level and would work. Yeah, it would. Information gathering. And this... Yeah. Yeah. Because, like, sure, you know, a rogue would, like, go out and actually get information, right? At 10th level, you're a 5th level spellcaster. You would have better ways of going about just being like, yeah, I'm gonna go roam around the place and pick up information. So legend lore would make sense. What is legend lore gonna give us? And how can we potentially improve it in the future, right? Casting time of 10 minutes. Would that be too strong? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Let me just think this over a bit. So, like, my thought process here is this class is good at 3 things. It's good at doing sealing, which is its unique mechanic. It's good at making spell scrolls, and it's good at rituals. Could we somehow turn legend lore into a ritual spell that you always have prepared? Maybe. Ooh, maybe like investigation room in EXU Calamity. Deconstructs clues and secrets within the Seal's Expanse. I'm not familiar with that reference. But how could that work exactly? Deconstructs clues and secrets within the Seal's Expanse. I'm just worried about how I can write that out mechanically, is all. Name or describe a person, place, or object. The spell brings to your mind a brief summary of significant lore of the thing you named. The lore might consist of current tales, forgotten stories, or even secret lore that has never been widely known. If the thing you named isn't of legendary importance, you gain no information. more information you already have on the thing, the more precise and detailed the information you perceive. Seals last 10 minutes after you've activated them. Being able to legend lore anything in a seal would be cool. Got a mysterious item you need to know stuff about pronto. Set up a seal. With magical scrutiny. Yeah. I'm almost thinking though, like, would legend lore fit more of like a order of librarians or order of the index subclass? Honestly, maybe just like an identify effect could be cool. With a built-in, you can cast legendary or legend lore 2 if it's too high level. Something to do with legend lore. Identify. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. 'Cause, like, the thing with legend lore is, like, it's like, cool, yeah, cool, you've got the information, right? So, like, you're just, like, going into your library or your index and, like, pulling out a book and be like, ah, here it is. Order of Espionage, the flavor, I don't know if it fits the flavor, because it's like a sneaky person who's going out getting new information. But legend lore is just, okay, cool, they can sit on their ass now and just like, alright, yeah, I know it. Cool. Done. We're good. Which is fine, but like, not necessarily for this. What was I? Oh, good, okay. I almost lost my train of thought there. That could have been bad. What about some sort of like always on detect magic? Like, I know that's kind of like an Eldritch invocation. But having detect magic always on is... Yeah, woohoo, 100 messages. Thank you, Restream. Thank you for letting me know. Awesome, that's what it is. you're in reference to, like, this is an invocation. There is something I want to do with it, but I just want to read this other chat thing. If you want a subclass feature that I think would have been balanced to this point anyway, maybe do the always rolls below 10 or 10 for investigation. Ugh, no, I'm not a fan of that. I don't really like the flat bonuses like that. Like, that's kind of a bit to me. Because it just kind of, like, I don't know. It just, like, gets rid of almost any chance of failure at that point. Because, yeah, it's like the roll is a 10. But meanwhile, you've got, like, a +6 in it or something like that. So, like, cool, now you're always getting a 16. So, like, medium difficulty things, or just you always pass them no matter what. It's mechanically strong, but I agree it feels cheap. Yeah, it does feel cheap. Skill Thors tend to break the game in all sorts of unhealthy ways. Yeah, it does. But what I was thinking for, like, this always-on detect magic, right? You've got, like, you are the best at finding magic, right? If you want to go into this sort of, like, old library, you've got your always-on detect magic, and you're like, oh, those scrolls over there, those are magical. I'm just gonna pluck this and take that, and this is mine, and I will grab that. Thank you very much. There's all the magic. I'm good to go. That's really cool. Because, like, I could be like, yeah, you've got investigation skills, and that's cool. That's fine. That's really awesome. But that's cool and fine and awesome for a non-magic focused class, right? Like the rogue, like a detective rogue could do that totally fine. That would be awesome. But you are a full caster. You are magic. So having always on detect magic would be really cool. The kicker here is, this might be a bit much, but I'm thinking, okay, yeah, cool. You've got always on detect magic. And if an enemy is casting a spell at you or at an ally, and you can see that spell being cast, because you have special eyes, you can use your reaction to warn that creature, which potentially could be yourself, and give them advantage on the saving throw against that spell or magical effect. Arcane detective, arcane sleuthing, arcane something along those lines for the ability name? Yes? No? What do you think, chat? Do we have a feature here? Because, like, you can use your magical eyes to be like, okay, I think I know what he's about to do. Hey, you should probably duck down. Or you should probably, like, cover your ears. Or you should probably, do a somersault. I don't know. But, like, you know, something along those lines. Sounds like the magical equivalent of detective mode from the Arkham, or the Batman Arkham game. Sounds awesome. You know what? That's a good kicker. Arcane Eyesight? Yeah. Honestly, that's a nice bonus. I like it. Okay. I think we've broken the curse. I think we actually have a 10th level feature. I think we might be able to call the Order of Espionage done. Because I'm happy with that. And chat seems to be happy with that. I think we might have it. All right. Starting at 10th level. Okay, how do we start with the flavor of this? Starting at 10th level. You have... Detect Magic is an SRD spell, right? Not that I'm making this, open license or whatever. This is going to be for the DM's Guild. I have to, because there's a lot of references to rules and especially non-SRD spells in here, so I have to do that. But available in the SRD. Okay, cool. So yeah, Detect Magic is going to be easily found by people, so I don't need to like write a little box and like, oh yeah, here's how it works, right? Everyone knows what Detect Magic does. Starting at no, if it's always on, I don't even need to have it prepared, honestly, because like it's always on. So you have no. Eyes of Unraveling. I do kind of like that. Yeah, that is pretty cool. I'll come back to the flavor later, and I'll just write the mechanics. Eyes of Unraveling. Eyes of Unraveling. Okay. You... Yeah, that's some pretty cool flavor. I do like that. It's gonna write the mechanic out and see if it matches up to that. It probably will, but might as well get this done. You are always under the effects of the Detect Magic spell. What if you see arcane math flying by your peripheral vision when you use the ability? Yeah. So... Additionally, when you see a Additionally, when you see a creature casting a spell... targeting either you You can use your reaction to grant the target advantage on I think given the new way Wizards of the Coast is doing stat blocks for monsters, I think this has to be spells or spell-like effects. When you see a creature casting a spell or using a spell-like effect that is targeting either you or an ally, you can use your reaction to grant the target advantage on the saving throw against the spell or let's see what we got here. So, you are always under the effects of the detect magic spell. Additionally, when you see a creature casting a spell or using a spell-like effect that is targeting either you or an ally, you can use your reaction to grant the target advantage on the saving throw against the spell or spell-like effect. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. You can use your reaction to warn them and grant the target advantage on the saving throw against the spell or spell-like effect. Cool. Imagine a sealer subclass that was themed around festivals, parties, indulgence. So you can just make a non-ally in your seal dance while via charisma save. A party sealer. Oh god. Order of indulgence. Capable of drawing seals by pouring booze on the ground. Oh no. Oh god, music concerts. Party sealer. Speakers that do force damage. I mean, sound is kind of like thunder damage, but, you know, magic speakers, so... Thunderous speakers, yeah. Funny enough, I kind of have something going towards that. in the Order of Face Painters, which I might rename to the Order of Carnivals. The only idea I had here was this. You face paint somebody to look like a tiger, and then you can invoke that face paint to, like, turn them into a tiger. So polymorph. That's a little weak, which is why I think I'm going to change this to Order of Carnivals. And, like, make the face painting thing an aspect of it. And then do something like that and incorporate, like, while they're in the seal, they're forced to dance if they fail a save or something like that, you know? Order of Jesters. The Jesters wear face paint. Yeah. Order of Appearances. Yeah. See, the only thing, if I change it to Order of Carnivals, that's getting a little bit away from the theming. Because, like, the theming of all the subclasses are, like, paper, ink, or paintings, or, like, artistry, right? So we've got, like, let's go down the list, right? Order of Origami, obviously, that makes sense. Messengers, that makes sense. Espionage. It doesn't necessarily make as much sense until you delve into invisible ink. And then it clicks and you're like, oh, okay, yeah. Order of Cartography, that's maps. Order of Artists, pretty self-explanatory. Tattoos, absolutely has to do with ink because, you know, tattoos. Contracts, obviously. Astronomy, this one doesn't fit and is probably getting cut. This was just part of my ideas. I should also mention, anything past here is probably not making it into the final release. Tattoos is probably going to be the last class I work, or subclass I work on. But I don't know if I have everything there to make it fully work, so I might shelve it and figure something else out. But, Order of the Index, this one is mainly just meant to be like, it's like Sealer, but more Sealer, so could make it work. Order of Historians, this one, Parka Space suggested. Something to do with time magic. And that's all I got. Order of Banishment. This was, like, done in early development, back before I knew this thing was going to be a full caster. So, this was probably too powerful. Order of the Forbidden. This one goes about using forbidden knowledge. So, probably something that gives them more, something that gives them more magic items they can attune to, something like that. That's all I really got for it. Order of Seekers, these guys go around destroying forbidden text. And then Order of Face Painters, which is what we covered already. And then one I haven't gone into is the Order of Storytellers, which is ways of, like one idea I had is when an ally is in your seal, you, like, ahead of time go and write, like, a legendary tale about your ally, right? And then when they're inside the seal, you can invoke that legendary tale and be like, okay, cool, I'm going to, like, because you wrote the story about them saying they're, like, the strongest person ever. When they're in your seal, you can invoke the story of them, and they get a +2 to their strength modifier while they're in the seal. I think that'd be really cool. And the more I talk about that, the more I think I might make Order of Storytellers the 6th subclass and save Order of Tattoos until I can figure out what I actually want to do with that. Maybe. I don't know. I might eventually on the Discord, which if you're not on the Discord, link in the description, go join the Discord. I might put a poll up on the Discord to figure out what everybody wants to do for the last subclass, because I'm not 100% sure on tattoos just yet. That's so damn cool. Yeah, I thought that was really cool. Okay, fine, I'll join the Discord. Yes, I twisted your arm. Ha, good. Good, my power grows. But no, joking aside, glad to have you. Got a BRB for a bit. I will try and return to the stream shortly. Well, hopefully you can pop in again. No problem. Hopefully I will see you later. I think you left because I saw the stream number go down, so I don't know if you heard that, but no problem. Oh, Akita. Hey, how's it going? Hi, awesome. I love your style. Very whimsical and cute. Hope the progress is going well. Yes, the progress is going very well. Very well. This class is dripping with flavor. It is so good. It is a masterpiece, one might say. So where are we at? Oh yeah, that's right. We're basically done with this. And I really do like Eyes of Unraveling. Thank you for suggesting that. I think we're going with Eyes of Unraveling. Oh my god. A modern day lich who gains power not by souls, but by subscribers. Oh my god. Yeah, that's kind of funny. What's the main action cycle that you can see with this class? So how this works is my power grows with each successful suggestion. Say that 10 times fast. But yeah, Kita, what's the main action of this class? So how this is going to work is you've got your seals here. You don't get seals until 2nd level. I did that because it would just be a little too powerful to get all that at 1st level, I feel. But you do get Scroll Scrivener at 1st level, so that's fine. Yeah, so what you're going to be doing with this class is you're going to be running around scribing sigils on the ground. Sigils are the building blocks of a seal, and that's your end goal, right? So you scribe not with your action, but with your bonus action, which is kind of interesting, and I'll get into why I did that in a second. So from levels 1 to 4, you can scribe 2 sigils with your bonus action. And you need at least 3 sigils to form a full seal, because you want to, like, connect the dots, basically. You're making a zone, effectively. Starting at 5th level, with your swift sealing, from then on, you can scribe 3 with your bonus action. So in one turn, you can set up a seal. The reason I made scribing a sigil a bonus action is because, 1, that then frees up your action to take the dodge or disengage action. So I don't have to write in some sort of feature where it's like, okay, what does this guy do when he wants to run around the battlefield scribing things? And also, it is an action to activate your seals, right? So you go around scribing everything on the ground, you then activate it. Depending on how many sigils it's made out of, you have to spend a higher spell slot. So if it's just the basic size one, then 3, that's a 1st level spell slot. If you've got 4 sigils, that's 2 or a 2nd level spell slot, so on and so forth, right? But yeah, that's basically the gist of it. So either you're going to be running around as a bonus action scribing sigils, and if there's no enemies in the area, you're going to then use your action to cast a spell. This class doesn't really get any offensive spells. It gets a few, but not that many. So it's mainly support utility. So you're going to be supporting your allies while you're running around making a zone. Or if it's a very dangerous area, you're then going to take the dodge action and scribe the seals in safety. But that's basically the gist of the class. Once you've got your seal written out or scribed, you can actually have multiple if you want. Oh, that's weird. I saw one of my streams go down briefly for a second. Hopefully everything's fine. And then there's a big payoff. Yes, there will be a big payoff. So you're like scribing points around the battlefield to make big seals. Yes. The sigils need to be a certain space apart in order for them to actually connect. So you will, if you want to make it a bigger area, you have to spend more sigils, right? And you can scribe or have a maximum amount scribed equal to twice your proficiency bonus. So you could make a really big area, or you can make multiple smaller areas, as long as the total doesn't exceed your double your proficiency bonus. Everything's all right with the stream. Cool. But your payoff is way down here at the bottom. So, this is your seal list. This is what you're going to invoke inside the area when you activate the seal. So you've got Seal of Arcane Unburdening. This is a great support tool if you've got multiple casters in the team. Seal of Cinders if you want to do a little bit of damage. Not a huge amount of damage. This isn't like a big damaging class. Seal of Containment, which is my personal favorite. Basically, you make your zone, and any enemies in the zone have to succeed on a saving throw in order to leave your seal. Seal of Safety is the opposite. Any enemies have to succeed on a saving throw to enter your seal. Seal of Sensing, you basically know anybody that wanders into your seal. This can be good for like out of combat stuff, so like set it up in a hallway and you can like lay in wait behind the wall, and you know like, okay, 10 people have passed by already, so I guess all the guards are now out of the room. We can go in and do what we need to do. This one is especially powerful on Order of Espionage because your seal areas are invisible. Or you could use it in combat if you see a lot of invisible enemies. Or if there's like cast darkness, you know exactly where they are. Speaking of Seal of Shrouds, the borders of your seal are completely black, so people can't see in. But yeah, things like that. So there is the payoff there. And then on top of that, every subclass, but this class actually gets 2 subclass progressions. You've got your order, and you've got your sealing instrument. So this is like your tool of the trade. So your battle brush, your wax seals, your sigil cards, like little magic cards with sigils already on them that you toss down onto the ground. But your order is going to provide you new ways to interact with your seal. So you've got at 6th and 14th, the scaffolding is focused on providing new ways to use your seal. And in the case of Order of Espionage, which is what we've been working on today so far, you can use your action to target an ally in one of your seals and turn them invisible with no other cost than just having to have a seal set up. So, as long as you burn your action every turn, they're going to be invisible. Although this is like the invisibility spell. So, right here, if they take an action to attack or cast a spell, the invisibility breaks early. But they're still going to give them advantage on their attack, right? The first attack, anyway. Concealing Shroud is the upgrade, and that's going to either do like a mass invisibility or a single targeted powerful invisibility, where it's like, you know, greater invis on one target. Okay, it sounds like a neat class. I would love to try it out someday. Yeah, hopefully someday would be very shortly. Hopefully. Probably not. Like, I've got this week off, but there's still quite a bit left to be done, so. But yeah, that's the gist of the class. Hopefully everybody here, hopefully there were a few other people here that kind of needed to hear what the class was all about. But yeah, I don't mind going in and describing a few things. Thanks for explaining. Yeah, no problem. Anytime. Let me just go and check the Discord. Who was joined? UTA 6 Numbers has joined. I'm going to hazard a guess and say that Erixel Dragon. Gotta step out for a bit. I'll be back later. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I got a much better idea of how it works now. Yeah, no problem. I cannot change my username. I thought you could. Hold on. User settings. My account. I thought you could for... I can't check it now because streamer mode is on. But I think if you go settings and then profiles, it should work. Oh, you wanted to, Oh, yeah, change your nickname. Oh, I gotcha, okay. I mean, if you really want to, I can change your nickname for you. I just kind of like having perks set up like that. But I mean, it's not the end of the world. No biggie. Okay. Cool. Well, yeah, happy to have you on the Discord. Let's see if we can get everyone in chat to join the Discord. Do it. You know you want to. Shameless plug. Anyway, let's actually get back to designing. So I do need the flavor text of this. Eyes of Unraveling. Where was... Yeah, there was your suggestion. Your eyes may bear witness to the weave as it moves. Your eyes bear witness to the weave. Letting you. Your eyes bear witness to the weave, granting you a perfect insight into the magic that surrounds you. That's not bad. Does that evoke the whole, like, spy detective, though, right? With that wording alone. Your eyes bear witness to the weave, granting you a perfect insight into the magic that surrounds you. The wool of the weave. Okay, it's pretty late for EU right now. I'm gonna go to sleep. Thanks for your work. I think I'll be here someday again. Good luck with your awesome work. Thank you, and have a good night. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. The wool of the weave can no longer be pulled over your eyes. That's a little too goofy. Perfect insight to the magic that surrounds you. Granting you a better insight? think I've got it. Having... Having honed your magical investigative techniques, your eyes may now bear witness to the weave. This grants you a perfect insight into the magic that surrounds you. Greater insight in the magic that surrounds you. There we go. I think we've got that. Yeah. Alright. Let's read this over from the top to make sure we haven't got any weirdness going on here. Starting at 10th level, having honed your magical investigative techniques, your eyes may now bear witness to the weave. This grants you a greater insight into the magic that surrounds you. You are always under the effects of the detect magic spell. Additionally, when you see a creature casting a spell or using a spell-like effect that is targeting either you or an ally, you can use your reaction to warn them and grant the target advantage on a saving throw against the spell or spell-like effect. Yeah, that's cool. I have a question. No link with this stream. No link to the Discord, you mean? I have a question. No link with this stream. Did you know what anti-hetical damage is? No, I don't. No link with what you do now. No link with what you do now. I thought I had... How do I get over to my channel here? YouTube. Okay, yeah, there's a link to my YouTube. Oh yeah, in the panels there's still a link to my YouTube, but there's yeah, right below the stream it says I got my Discord, my main channels, YouTube, Twitter, and Patreon. Should all be there. Let me know if you're not seeing that. But yeah, I think, actually, we are golden. Eyes of Unraveling is done. And therefore... I'll save as, because I don't think I had these little notes here on anything else. Detect magic always on, legend lore, identify, true sight, which be turned into a potential other seal. Scaring. Maybe get insight, that was boring. AC switching is interesting, but yeah. Cool. I see the link. Oh, okay, cool. Good. I hope someone know it's a damage deal by cordant, but I don't understand how it works. Oh, from 3rd edition. Yeah, okay. I am not too sure. I'm not super familiar with 3rd edition. By the way, Order of Tattoos could have an offensive effect where they draw malevolent tattoos on their enemies that impede their movement. Could also be called Order of Form or Order of Henna. Yeah. It mislinks. Oh, to my work. To my work. So, like, if you click on my D&D classes, it doesn't take you... Oh, no, that works. The Discord link. Is the Discord link not working? Soul Squad? Nope. Takes me to Soul Squad. YouTube. YouTube works. Twitter. Yep, Twitter works. Company of the Unicorn. Do not breed with spiders. Yeah, I suppose that's good general advice to everyone. Yeah, I'd say that's some pretty solid advice right there. What do you guys think? My bad. It's in small. Oh, okay. Yeah, you had it like the text is small or something. No problem. Wow, I've actually got more people watching on Twitch than on YouTube. I think that's the first. Driders. Oh, yeah. Why did I completely forget about Driders for a second there? I was like, what are you talking about? Breeding with spiders? That's weird. So I suppose now that we've got all the feature names, we can finish up and write the feature list. Eyes of Unraveling. And Concealing shroud. Beautiful. This is all coming together. Woohoo, yeah! Twitch emotes! Driders, stop breeding the spiders, I implore you. Yes. Less spiders, the better. Ooh, Driders breeding with phase spiders. Now that's a bit of a issue. That's kind of terrifying. Ooh. So what else do we have? Yeah, right. Unicorn has kind of derailed this into terrifying spider talk. I guess we do need the flavor feature, right? So what have I done for other ones? I think the artist is all I've got. Sealers of this order are no mere painters. They have an unspeakable conviction to show everyone their artistic vision. They aim to fill the world with beautiful works of art, adding color wherever they go, and even weaving life into their artistic creations. Yeah. I don't have that big of an issue with spiders either. Like, I don't really want them in my house, but I don't know. I've got like a specially designated box that I go and just kind of like, yep, scoop them up, put them outside. You know, there's no need to kill them, right? They're just coming inside because it's like warm. That's about it, really. And it's like, yeah, you know, you're putting them back out in the cold. It's kind of sad, but like, it's my house. It's not your house. Plus, there's more food for you outside. Why are you coming in here? Members of the Order of Espionage value one thing above all else. Information. Even if hidden behind soul walls. No amount of guards or traps. Even if what they seek is hidden behind castle walls, no amount of guards or traps will stop them from attaining vast Order of Espionage. Members of the Order of Espionage value one thing above all else: information. Even if what they seek is hidden behind castle walls, no amount of guards or traps will stop them from attaining vast amounts of knowledge. Spiders? Yeah, spiders do eat other bugs. So it's good for your house. P.S. I'm not a drow. I think we found the spy. I think we found them. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure I've got, like, a spider living behind my dresser here. Like, every now and then I see them kind of pop out. And I'll be like, let me just, like, go to scoop them up. And they'll, like, run back there. And I'm like, whatever. I can't be bothered pulling my dresser out, so I guess, enjoy your feast back there. Sealers of the Order of Espionage exceed with social and investigative deduction, tactical planning, general subterfuge. Their invisible seals and ability to lead them. Their invisible seals and the ability to lead them to being sought out by those desiring more discretion in their methods. Okay. It's your own idea? I think we definitely should incorporate some sort of, like, invisibility into this. Or, like, highlight the fact that they focus on invisibility a lot. Even if what they seek is hidden behind castle walls, no amount of guards or traps will stop them from attaining gives a synopsis, yeah. Specializing in deception, health, and especially ability, magic, specializing in deception, stealth, and invisibility magic. Because, like, yeah, it's kind of implied that they're good at, like, figuring things out and, like, investigation, like, you know, the investigation skill. But, like, nowhere in their features do I actually have anything that kind of calls out investigation, unless I want to, like, slap investigation into the trickery feature. But they're more about, like, getting in, getting what they need, and getting out. And less so about, like, let me just investigate a little bit more, you know? They're there to pull off a heist. Less so to kind of stick around and sort of read books. Which, I mean, they could do. They've got greater invisibility. But, like... yeah. Like I said, you know, you can play a character like that, because you can pick up investigation as part of the base class, right? One of your base skills. So you can play a character like that. It's just nothing directly in... well, I guess Eyes of Unraveling kind of does that. But you're not getting that until a lot later. And, like, Invisible Ink is, like, you know, stealth and treachery. And trickery, again, you know, you've got Thieves' Cant and... Forge, well, yeah, I don't know. I guess it kind of is investigation. Specializing in deception... Deception, investigation, stealth, yeah, it's starting to get a little bit too wordy there. Specializing in deception and... deception, rather. Stealth, and especially invisibility magic. If you need... to get hands on any texts. If you need to get your hands on any texts or documents, these are for you. Just don't ask them how they got their hands on it. Members of the Order of Espionage value one thing above all else: information. Even if what they seek is hidden behind castle walls, no amount of guards or traps will stop them from attaining vast amounts of knowledge. Specializing in deception, stealth, and especially invisibility magic. If you need to get your hands on any texts or documents, these are the sealers for you. Just don't ask them how they got their hands on it. If you need to get your... yeah, because I got that twice. If you need to get your hands... If you need... if you need any texts or documents, these are the sealers for you. If you need to get any texts or documents, these are the sealers for you. Just don't ask them how they got their hands on it. I think that's cool. I like that. Order of Espionage. Character, and give this the old pink 5. Oh, we are done. Until I come back and give this another twice over for, you know, quality of life stuff. Woohoo! This is our second one done. We have... yeah, Artists and Espionage are done. So 2 out of the 6. Nice. Maybe Order of Subterfuge if you want to veer away from the investigation sorts. They played Straw Millionaire. with the stilettos and sleep potions until they got the item requested. I'm a little lost. Sorry. Huh. I really do like the wording of espionage, though. Like, it's very evocative of, like, stealth and sneaking in, and... because, like, you're still getting information, right? It's not so much that you're, like, not investigating. This is more of just, like, a quick... I can turn invisible and have ways to maintain invisibility and be secretive. So I'm going to get in, get out, and then I'm going to slowly flip through and read what I need to do, right? But I guess it is, like, investigation-based. I don't know. Straw Millionaire is a game where you trade items of similar value, but you keep doing it so that you get something slightly larger in value. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Espionage is done. Cool. Okay, so what's next here? We've got origami. We can finish up the order of messengers. And then we gotta work on cartography. Cartography I got a decent amount of notes for. Messengers is basically done. And origami I also have good notes for. I think, right? Hold on. Turn to a blade. Extra attack equivalent while in the sealed zone. Yeah. Basically, yeah, I think those are pretty solid notes. It's just balance is going to be the issue with this one, right? Balancing this is going to be a little tricky because this whole class is made for utility and support. And this is your Gish subclass. This is like your, okay, cool, I've got a blade. Sure, it's an origami blade, but it's like magically reinforced, giving like deadly paper cuts, right? Yeah. Technically, paper cuts are just an angle correct sword swing. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with Zephyr Strike, so I'm gonna actually add that. This is like kind of unintentionally turned into like a wind-themed list. I only have 2 suggestions for features with origami. An origami crane that fights for you, and a paper plane that you can ride on. I think those are easy enough to flavor as spells. Like, reflavor summon beasts to just be like, they're made of paper. And the paper plane is just like, yeah, you can cast fly. Both of which are on the base spell list anyway. What I'm thinking is, if we come down to, where is it? Spell list. I do have a custom cantrip called Origami Swarm. And I'm thinking I'm going to give that to them for free. And they can, like, cast Origami Swarm after they make an attack, or... Where is it? Up here. Too far. There we go. So this. Extra attack equivalent while in the sealed zone. So I'm thinking, make it kind of like the Blade Singers thing, but like you can only do it inside the swarm, right? Or not the swarm, inside the seal. So you can like attack once, and then attack again, because you're like bolstered by your magic or something. That's the narrative, I guess. I don't know. Or just like the not the Origami Wizard, again, the get everything mixed up here. The Blade Singer Wizard. Because they can attack and then cast a cantrip, or attack and attack, their choice. So I'm thinking like attack and then Origami Swarm, or you can just straight up attack, right? Remember Robocraft? I do remember Robocraft, yes. Oh, kind of like a gathered swarm for the Swarm Keeper Ranger, sort of. It's just going to be a cantrip. But it's kind of like on your person, so it's almost kind of like implied that you've got these little things floating around you constantly. At least maybe I'll try and work that into the flavor of the subclass. Good times indeed, yeah. I'll try and work that into the flavor of the subclass, but I don't know. The cantrip itself is more like it's a D6 with 30-foot range, I believe. You send your little Origami Swarm out. If they fail the save, they take the damage. If they succeed on the save, the Origami Swarm floats around them as you choose to maintain concentration on it. The following turn, you can then use your bonus action to make the Origami Swarm attack again. If they hit the second time, then they'll actually, do the damage. But if they miss the second time, then they're just gone. So it's like a cantrip that gives you a second chance, but it's not a super powerful cantrip. Again, it's a D6 cantrip, so that's the plan with that one. So it's not like a constant swarm following you around. It's just like an attack you can do, just like how a regular cantrip is. Now, do I want that to be the cantrip you get, right? Because Blade Singers can just be like, you can cast a cantrip and attack. Whereas this one be like, yeah, you can attack again, but only if you're in your seal, and has to be Origami Swarm. I think that's too many stipulations. Like, a player that picks up Order of Origami is going to be like, oh, yeah, there's a cantrip in here called Origami Swarm. I'm gonna take that, totally. Right? It's almost like they're gonna kind of pick that up anyway. Maybe. And if they don't pick it up, yeah, that's like their character expression. They can just use like Ink Blot to attack, or double tap, or Bounding Blob, or they get a fair amount of offensive cantrips, which are like the only section where they actually get offensive spells. They get like very few offensive spells otherwise. What do they got? Acid Splash, Bounding Blob, Double Tap, Ink Blot, Magic Stone, Origami Swarm, Personal Bubble, Poison Spray, Shocking Vision, Swirling Shards, and that's it. That's still quite a few offensive options, but none of which are like the power of like a Firebolt or a Eldritch Blast. The highest damage die that when their cantrips use is a D8 in Ink Blot. So they don't get any D10 cantrips. So again, this isn't like a big damage focused class. Swarmkeeper Ranger gives the Mage Hand, but specifies that it's made out of the Swarmkeeper's swarm when they use it. Perhaps something similar. Yeah? Maybe. Yeah? When you get this class, you learn the Prestidigitation, not Prestidigitation, Mage Hand. I was literally just saying it. You learn Mage Hand and Origami Swarm. Do you think paper telekinesis is sort of fitting the feel of this ability? A little, but I think it's more of like, you've got a little sheet of paper, you scribe like a magical kind of ruin onto it, you fold it up, and then you sort of pocket it for when you need it later. And then you're like, aha, I'm going to activate the sigils, and then they all float around you, and then that kind of thing. I am thinking a bit more, though, like, maybe some sort of... Because I do want a librarian, but, like, maybe, like, librarians can have, like, animated books that, like, flap around with them, almost like a little pet. But maybe, I don't know. Like, I've already got the pet kind of covered with the living ink sealing instrument, so I don't know. Bookbirds, yeah. Yeah. Methinks gonna have to start moving this stuff. Hey, GG, how's it going? Yeah. Gonna have to start moving this down. plop you down up here. Text body, text body. Good. Formatting didn't mess up. Okay. So that's fine. Wait a second. Is that a... Ooh, that's a double space. Where did I pick this up from? No? Okay, it's just a pasting issue. There we go. Just adding lines there so I kind of get an idea of like how much space I need to work with, because it's probably like the flavor text there is probably going to be that long. Cool. So I don't want every feature just to be called origami blank, right? Fold is too simple. Tenfold, above the fold. Oh, thanks for the super chat. Hey, had no idea you were streaming tonight. Good to see you doing the stream so soon. How's the work been going tonight? Pretty good. We finished up the Order of Espionage. So we've got another one completely done. And I think that's mainly what we've done. We did a few other little bits and bobs, but that's mainly been it, getting that done. So now, everything's going pretty smoothly. We're working on Order of Origami, getting that one pumped out. Yeah, what I like to do for like my stream notifications is I use the event tab on my Discord server. So if you ever pop into there, I'll usually do like a at everyone saying like, hey, there's an event coming up. And then while you're on the server at the top left, there's going to be a little box that says upcoming events or something like that. I suppose I could also do them for YouTube. Like, I know you can like pre-stream stuff saying like, oh, it's going to come live at 10, but I've never done that. I don't really know how that works, but I suppose I could do that, maybe? I don't know. Awesome. I remember saying something about calling card last term, and damn, I need to look at the Discord more often. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, just make sure you have your notifications turned on for that one. At least, at the very least, for like at mentions. I think that should be the default. Yes, you can do it on YouTube and it's useful. Okay, yeah, I might have to look into doing that more. But I do plan on streaming again on Thursday and Friday, for sure. Thursday might be a bit of a shorter one, but Friday is going to be another really long one, which is kind of what I plan to do for this one. This one's going to go long as well. Because ideally I would like to get this class done during my break, but I don't think that's going to happen. But yeah, so where are we at? Definitely be on for those streams. Nice. Cool. Yeah. Glad to have more people. The more the merrier. You'll learn the prestidigitation and origami swarm. So I can fight the auto. Yeah, cool. So I can fight the auto formatting. These do not count against the... These do not count against the total number of cantrips, you know. That was weird. Oh, I didn't have a loop on. Okay. That's why the music stopped. Gotcha. When you cast the... When you cast a prestidigitation cantrip, it takes the form of a swarm. It takes the form of a tiny... Hold on. Why is this so weird? Hold on. When you cast a prestidigitation cantrip, it takes the form of a swarm of tiny origami creations. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I think fold is fine. Don't know if we want to make a better name for it though. Hmm. I'll read the mechanics first and then the flavor for the origami blade. So as an action, you as an action, you can take a spell scroll or parchment and magically fold it into an origami blade. Yes. Blade counts as... Okay, I'm dipping again. Catch you later sometime. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for stopping by. Came back to suggest alongside folded blade and paper shapes. That you have origami swarm feature to be called paper cuts. So it just applies pieces of paper. Yeah? I do kind of like those paper names. Paper shapes. Cool. Okay. This blade counts as... Blade is a special weapon that you are proficient with. Properties I need to give this thing. Does this need to be a blade, right? I want this to be a martial weapon. Hold on. Yeah, I just muted myself so you didn't have to hear that. But does this need to be a martial... sorry, not a martial weapon. Does this need to be a blade, right? Could we not turn this into any melee weapon? Like, I don't want this to be... Sorry. I swear I'm not sick. I hope. So got some dust in my nose. But like... like... we could very easily just make this any weapon. So it doesn't have to be a blade, right? As cool as that would be. Like, what if somebody is like, yeah, I don't really want a blade. I want, like, an origami pike or an origami morning star. Or an origami whip? I mean, I guess. I don't want it to be ranged, but I do want it to be... yeah, I do want it to be martial. I think that's how we're gonna do it. Yeah. I think that's the better way of doing it. I think that's a much cooler way. Is that ooh, no, that button. Is that the spelling I am looking for? I don't think so. R Sen Owl. Yeah? Okay. Why was I doubting myself? As an action, you can take a spell scroll or parchment and magically form it into an origami weapon. This weapon is... No, I don't need that. That's kind of redundant. This is a special weapon that you are proficient with. When you do so, choose any simple or martial weapon. Yeah, there we go. As an action, you take a spell scroll or parchment and magically fold it into an origami weapon. When you do so, choose any simple or martial weapon to use as an archetype. It then gains the properties associated with that weapon. However, it only weighs as much as the scroll used to make it. This is a special weapon that only you are proficient with. Able to use your intelligence modifier for attack and damage rolls. Depending on the level of the spell contained on the scroll that was used to make it gains a bonus to its attack and damage rolls as shown on the table below. Yeah, there we go. I think that is our feature. Pretty happy with that. I choose flail. Yeah. Nice. Good choice. It's like, is that enough of a feature? Right? You can make any weapon you want out of origami, and you're proficient with it, right? Which is something the base class does not give you. And not only that, you can use your intelligence modifier for attacks and damage rolls, which is something that even the base class can't do with just like a simple weapon. So that, yeah, that's fairly big. And it's also going to scale with you depending on the level of the spell scroll used. You're going to get a plus to hit. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fine, because you're also getting fold, which is adding more utility. I think it's fine. Yeah, I think we're good. Now I just need the flavor. Cool, okay. Having worked with spell scrolls for so long, you have developed a special technique to safely fold them into a variety of shapes. You've developed a special technique to safely fold them into a variety of shapes. And force them with magic to create powerful mimicry of weapons. Your skill with scrolls refuses... Wait, your skill with scroll refuses to be contained to merely 2 dimensions. Yeah, that's kind of funny. I could probably incorporate that into the base class because that's kind of funky. Hey, I was thinking of making a homebrew supplemental book. Sorry, but I'm having trouble getting started. Okay, and as usual, Restream is picking the most obnoxious color to set your name to. Dark blue name on a dark blue background. Really helpful there, Restream. Thank you. FreezerBurn777 with that comment. Okay, cool. Hey, so, yeah, okay. So, what kind of experience do you have in homebrew? Like, is this the first thing you're making? What exactly are you trying to make here? Just so I can get a better idea of, like, what feedback I can potentially give. Simple... When you do so, choose any simple melee or martial melee weapon to use as an archetype. It then gains the properties associated with that weapon. However, ooh. Nice. Somebody subscribed. Or followed. I think that might be a Twitch follow. I think. But yeah, thank you to whoever that was. I need to fix my stream setup. When you do so, choose any simple melee or martial melee. Yeah, okay, that's the intent there, so that's fine. Gains the properties associated with that weapon. However, it only weighs as much as the scroll used to make it. Not much experience. I've read a ton of supplemental books and have a few of my own ideas. I've also made a homebrew world, but haven't had a chance to incorporate much in it yet. Okay, so... the easiest... So it sounds like you haven't made any kind of homebrew yet, but like you've read a bunch of things and are kind of experienced in design and, or not necessarily design, but more so just like how they're kind of laid out and how they go at making them. Is that kind of what you're thinking? I guess I could start by getting my ideas written in a format compatible with D&D. And if I ever want to make something, I can slap it together. Yeah, so yeah, it's like figuring out the wording of D&D is very important. Like how things are worded, because they're usually worded very specifically. Like throughout the stream, if I ever come across any, I'll I'll kind of point some out, like why they're worded in that way. But that just kind of takes experience. So yeah, if you have never done homebrew before, which I think is what you're getting at, like you've made a homebrew world, but that's it. The general hierarchy of how at least I see things, like other designers might have a different idea, but generally what I think, it goes spell, like maybe like a lower level spell. Well, no. That depends. Like, if you're just going with a straight damage spell, like in the DMG, it literally tells you, hey, this is like exactly how much damage you need to do right here at this level. So, you got that going for you. So I'm thinking, from easiest to hardest, it's spell, then race, then subclass, then full class. But I mean, there's also like a bunch of other there's like monsters and stuff I could throw in there. So super interested in subclasses. Okay, yeah. Subclasses are pretty fine. I wouldn't necessarily jump into making a full class if you haven't made at least like a fair handful of subclasses. And one thing you're going to need to look out for is something called subclass scaffolding. So if you take a look at like any class and like how they get their subclass features, Paladin is especially good to learn subclass scaffolding on. Because you'll take a look at all the features, right? And you'll be like, okay, it gives you this. And then at this level, it gives you this. And then at this level, it gives you that. If you take a look at, like, multiple subclasses that have already been officially written for the game, like, sit down and look at, like, 4 different paladins, right? They're all going to have a very similar layout to where it's like, okay, they get, like, actually, let me just open that up here. So yeah, when you first get it, you're going to get like your tenants, you're going to get your oath spells, you're going to get your channel divinity, right? That's basically how the first chunk always is set up. And that's like that for every paladin. And then eventually you're going to get, where is it here? An aura. And then you're going to get, I'm just kind of looking at Oath of, what is it? Conquest, I think, was the one I'm looking at. Conquest, yeah. And you're gonna get, so it's like Scornful Rebuke. And then at level 20, this one is giving you Invincible Conqueror. So this basically, at level 20, all the paladins always give you like some sort of like ultimate power mode you can turn on, and it usually gives you like multiple bonuses there. But yeah, like things like that, like Sorcerer, for example. I think it's around 10th level, but don't quote me on that. It usually gives you a new way to interact with your bonus action. So yeah, I think things like that, like look for connective threads between the existing subclasses at certain levels, and that'll inform to be like, okay, this is the general, not only the general theming, I want, but especially, this is the type of feature that I can incorporate that's going to give me a relatively balanced play experience. And it's usually going to tie into the playstyle of the class without having to, like, rewrite a bunch of new features to, like, play well with the new thing you're trying to work in there. Like, don't get me wrong, making like an off-type kind of subclass is totally fine if you want to experiment with that. I'm just saying more so generally how they're laid out, to make it, for, like, one, easier for you to learn on, and two, to make DM buy-in a little easier, because if they read a paladin that's getting, like, alright, and so instead of an aura, you get, like, a unlimited fireballs you can throw out. Maybe not unlimited, but, like, you get fireballs you can throw out once per turn, and then at max level, instead of, like, this power mode you get, I don't know, you get, like, the ability to speak every language and learn more spells, or whatever. And the DM is gonna be like, okay, this seems interesting, but it doesn't seem like a paladin. So that's gonna raise some red flags for them, or something along those lines, you know? Maybe I'm getting a little rambly, as I usually tend to do, but I don't know if that helps or not. Parker Space says, I say I'm tremendously interested in things that break important rules in creative ways, but you really have to know the rules of creation before you break them. Absolutely, yeah. That's why it's always good to, like, make subclasses that follow the rules before you go and break the rules. Because if you don't know what you're breaking, or why you're breaking it, that's gonna lead into some very dangerous territory. Do you ever find it hard to express creativity if you're kind of locked into that particular level theming? Yes and no. So, when it comes to Paladin, it's a great way to learn subclass scaffolding because it's so strict. It is by far the most strict scaffolding in the game. So again, it's easy to learn on, but that definitely does limit creativity. However, creating with restrictions is actually kind of nice. Like, I don't know if you've seen me earlier designing in, like, earlier streams, but, like, the scaffolding I've made for the orders at 3rd level and 10th level is, like, more flavor picks, more so, like, something that's going to get across the idea of what the flavor of this order, is all about. However, 6 and 14, these are fairly set in stone. So, your Shadow Mark, for example, at least in this one, these are going to increase your, or, like, not increase, but I guess add options to what you can do with your seals. So any ally in your seal, you can turn invisible. And then 14 is a direct upgrade to your 14th level feature. Or 6th level feature. So these two are fairly set in stone. But if you've noticed throughout the design stream that I've had, these are by far the easiest features to design for, specifically because I have those restrictions in place. And usually what happens when I get to the 10th level feature, I'm like, okay, here we go, this is cool. What do I do with 10th level? And then I kind of sit there and I'm like, well, there's just so many options I could do that I just kind of, like, sit there twiddling my thumbs. And I'm like, okay, it could be this. It could be that. I could do this, or I could do that, and then I'm just, like, kind of lost, and I just go off, and I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna skip that and write the 14th level feature. Because I have that structure, right? If you're ever making a full class, it's a very fine line of, like, having a scaffolding, but without having too much scaffolding, you know? Creativity can thrive on restrictions. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, I've made a sorcerer. And, like, one of the cool things was, like, okay, I need a nice, cool, interesting way to use their bonus action, because sorcerers get a new use for the bonus action, generally, in most cases. So I'm like, okay, so this is, like, an ice-themed sorcerer, so what can it do? Well, maybe it could, like, dash as a bonus action by creating ice on its feet and, like, skating around and that kind of thing, right? So that was there, right? Like, here's the scaffolding. I'm looking for something to do with my bonus action. And that's your starting point. Like, you have a starting point, and it just makes it a lot easier to design things. But yeah, Hornetico, you didn't really... Well, I guess so. I can't remember who comes and goes and when, because I've got a lot of people coming and going and saying, I'll be back later. No offense. But I don't know if you're here, but we have started work on the Order of Origami. I have ideas for 4 druids based off the 4... Oh, the 4 blending planes of the elemental plane. I like that. Yeah, nice. I always like people that do stuff with, like, the blended elemental planes. I actually made a channeler subclass all about blending the elemental planes. Well, not all about blending. Like, early on, it starts with, like, just the 4 basic ones, and then later on, you can start blending them together to, like, produce multiple effects. It's really cool. I was very happy with how that one turned out. Chandler is in the bundle, right up there. There. Up in the corner. That one. The bundle. Oh, and it's gone. Damn. I missed my chance to shamelessly promote my stuff. How could I? It slipped through my fingers. But yeah, that elemental plane blending thing sounds pretty cool. I think of the difference between painters and sculptors. Painters want a blank canvas to work with, while sculptors need material to work with. I've met creators who skewed more either way. Yeah. When it comes to the... Painters and sculptors, yeah. I guess I'm more of a sculptor in that sense, in the sense that, like, I like making new, like, entirely new classes. Like, if you're not familiar with my work, this is, the thing I'm working on is, custom class number 6. I have 5 other classes under my belt. So I'm no stranger to making full classes, and that's generally what I like to do. I like making full classes a lot more than I like making subclasses for, like, existing classes. So I guess I am... Oh, sculptor needs materials to work with first. Painters make a blank canvas. Yeah, so I had it backwards. Never mind. Your little analogy. Sorry, I was wrong. But yeah, I guess I'm a painter then, not a sculptor. Which is kind of funny, because this class is all about being an ink and paint mage. What was I trying to promote? I was trying to promote the Channeler, which was a part of the Spelljammer class bundle I have up over on the DM's Guild. Oh, it popped up again! There, wait. There. The top left. Haha, wait, there's the ad. Yes, there it is. But yeah, I guess the Spelljammer promotion on the, or at least the site-wide promotion of Spelljammer is kind of, like, gone. But I still have my bundle up, because, like, I always like to have a little extra bundle if people want to get my stuff for cheaper. But yeah, so, like, it's got 3 of my 5 classes in there. It's got the Golemancer, which is all about, like, making a big golem that you know, pilot inside. And it's got its own magic system with, like, little tiny mini golems you can send out to make an aura around the battlefield to, like, the battlefield control, basically. It's like mech suit the class with also, like, battlefield control kind of stuff going on. The Channeler, which is the one that I was talking about, which is like a martial class that channels the power of the outer planes. And the one I was talking about was like the elemental channeler, which, like, you can channel the basic elements, and then eventually you can channel all the elements to, like, mix and match and make different effects. And then it's also got the Spell Slinger, which is a cool one. It's basically just magic guns, the class. You basically make magic guns, and you affix spells to them, and whenever you cast a spell from that gun, it will do a certain thing. Like, you add, like a silencer onto the gun, or whatnot, but they're, like, magic guns. So you're not firing bullets, you're firing cantrips. But yeah, if you're watching on Twitch, it should be... If you scroll down, like, you'd have to exit full screen, but if you scroll down, it should be, like, links to my stuff, or links to my classes, or something like that. You can find that there. But anyway, shameless self-promotion done. I was asked in chat, technically, so, you know, not that shameless. I was answering a question. Oh boy. So the 6th level feature is going to be pretty simple, I think. While you are within one of your seals, when you take attack action, within one of your seals to take the attack action on your turn. When you take the attack action on your turn, no, I want this to be specifically with the origami weapon, so. When you take the attack action, Because I do want this tie-in to work with ink and quill if you take that sealing instrument. Ooh, that would be a really deadly combo. Ooh, ink and quill origami. Yeah, that would be the... Oh, that'd be the strat. Ooh. Yeah, I do want that to work. Okay, so, when you take the attack action on your turn using your origami weapon, you can make an additional, one additional attack with the when you take the attack action on your turn using your origami weapon, you can make one additional attack with the same weapon or another weapon of your choice. Alternatively, you can choose to cast a cantrip in place of this additional weapon attack. There we go. You've learned to fully utilize the lightweight of your weapons, letting magic of your the magic infused within your seals. Letting the magic infused within your seals help guide your strikes. Alright, so let's take a look at what we got here. Starting at 6th level, you've learnt to fully utilize the light weight of your weapons, letting the magic infused within your seals help guide your strikes. Yeah, okay. While you are within one of your seals, when you take the attack action on your turn using your origami weapon, you can make one additional attack with the same origami weapon or another weapon of your choice. Alternatively, you can choose to cast a cantrip in place of this additional weapon attack. Boom. That. Yeah, that's that. Very nice. I am starting to run out of space, however. Just because the nature of this order kind of needs to have a bit more wordy things. It's got like this box here, and I kind of need that. Oh, we got somebody new on the Discord. Would you look at that? Freezer Burner. Hello. I don't know if you're in chat still, but thanks for joining. My favorite classes play with concepts like death is not a liability for you, HP is easy for you to come by, or you want to get attacked lots. Challenging to design, but fresh to play. That could be pretty interesting. I've always wanted to go in and try and design a D12 class, because I don't have a D12 class yet. And I thought I had an idea for it, but apparently that idea was done already in... forget what book it was. It's another third-party book. It'll come to me eventually. Maybe. Maybe. Or maybe not. I don't know. But anyway, point is, I think that idea was done before. But I haven't looked into it too much, because I don't generally like looking around at other classes. Just because I don't want to, like, accidentally get inspired by things and be like, haha. Like, months later, I'm like, oh, I've got a cool idea. And then not realizing that that cool idea definitely came from an existing class that someone else has made, right? I just worry about doing things like that. So to be fair, I haven't actually looked at the class that I thought was maybe like, oh, I guess this has been done before. So maybe the thing I want to do hasn't been done before. But it was supposed to be like a very transformation heavy class, like almost like a lycanthrope kind of, but you use it to your advantage, almost, like. And so instead of like getting multiple hits, you get like one big hit, for example. That's kind of the mechanics I was going off of. Supreme Senpai, good night. Take care. Hopefully I'll see you around whenever I stream next, which is probably Thursday. But yeah, I haven't worked on that class in a very long time. That was initially the class I was going to work on before the Spellslinger, actually. So that was going to be my second class. But then I kind of stopped. I'm not gonna lie, D12 classes feel a bit difficult to work with. If I wanted to make one that was a half-caster, but I couldn't figure out how to make it work. Nor could I find a good narrative for it. Yeah. So I think that's also the thing, like finding a narrative for why this thing gets a D12. That's kind of a struggle in itself, almost. Parker space. Oh, the examples you gave, like death is not a liability, blah, 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 that kind of stuff. Most of these are from prior editions that I'd love to see brought to 5e. Where does that sort of thing fall into? Like what do you mean? Like, remaking older classes? Like, where does that fit in design-wise? I guess in a sense, you're kind of making a new class. I guess you could do it a few ways. You could make a new class out of it, and use like bits and pieces of the old class. Or you could just like straight up take the old class and be like, and sit there and be like, okay, well, this mechanic doesn't work, so I need to like change this to be like a deck save now or whatever. I personally have a hard time writing that way. Like, I find it very difficult to like have something, boom, here it's on the page, and now I have to tweak it. I don't really do well with tweaking stuff. I do a lot better with like designing from scratch. Yeah. But I don't know. I'm not quite sure what you're getting at, like with the whole where does that thing sort of fall into. I will let you answer that while I take a quick bathroom break. As we go over to my AFK page. That is still very outdated. This was back when I was doing Pokemon streaming. But it's all I got now, and maybe I'll get around to fixing it later. But I'll be back in like a minute, so sit tight, and I will be right back. Oh, what's this? I have returned. The prophecy is true. I am here. Hello. Okay. So, what have I missed in chat? If you have something old that isn't reflected yet, does it make you want to fill the 5E's gap? The additions gap, or leave it alone because it was already done before? I usually feel compelled to update it if I had fun with the old concept, but I don't feel beholden to the old chassis, just the concept. Yeah. No, if it doesn't exist in 5E, I'm absolutely gonna be like, yep, let's fill that niche, right? And even if it, like you said, even if it is, it's done in the past, it's done in the past, and it's not usable right now. So, yeah, sure, it's done, but I can't use it. So, of course I want to update it and make it, like either revive it or make it my own. And I personally lean more to wanting to make it my own. But that might just be me. So now we come to the impasse, where I've got two things written out here that are very damage focused. But I do have some suggestions, actually. Because I'm a little concerned about, like... Yeah, I am a little concerned about, like, making too much damage being pumped out by this guy, but then, like... This thing doesn't have, like, Fireball to fall back on. Like, it doesn't have those, like, meaty, powerful spells to fall back on. So... I'm... Do I need to be as concerned about damage as, like, a Blade Singer Wizard? Not really. Because, like, Blade Singer Wizard is still a wizard with Fireball and Meteor Swarm and, like, all these crazy powerful spells, and, like, Sealers just don't get that, so... That's how I stumbled upon my idea to make the Quester class. Okay. You're intrigued. Intrigued by what? I'm intrigued by what you're intrigued by. So what are the other notes I've got here? Your skill with scroll refuses to... Oh yeah, that was the quote that I could have used. Oh, I'm intrigued by the name Quester. I'll pursue it on the Discord. I could show you some of the stuff I've got for it there. I haven't actually shown much other than the class icon I'm designed for. Yeah, yeah. Feel free to pop that into Discord chat, just the homebrew area, and people can get ideas or get a better idea of what you're kind of going off of there. I won't be able to take a look at it until after the stream is over, because I want to, like, you know, I want to focus on the sealer, but I'll definitely take a look if you want to pop that there. So, or unfold them as an action while touching them, which reminds me, as an action, you can, as an action, you can, take, implying you're, like, interacting with it, a spell scroll or parchment and magically fold it into an origami weapon. I think that implies touching fairly well. So I think that's fine. Okay. Now to the note section. Advantage on a creature that failed a seal save. That's not too bad. But then that also adds another layer of... yeah. So that adds another layer of synergy with Ink and Quill, which has a feature that, like, gives disadvantage on a saving throw. Cursed Ink, actually, right here. Gives disadvantage on a saving throw against one of your seal effects. And I've specifically written this feature to where you make your origami weapon attack, and then you can attack with the origami weapon or another weapon, meaning your Ink and Quill, potentially. So if I write something like this, my only issue is, like, okay, people are going to see that, and I'm like, okay, well, that's, like, the perfect synergy for Ink and Quill. If I don't take Ink and Quill, I'm going to lose out on something, like a perceived loss of power, right? And that just kind of feels bad. Like, your Order of Origami, and you really want that little ink ooze as a pet, and you're really looking forward to that, but you're like, okay, well, Ink and Quill synergizes so well that, like, do I now have to give up on my character concept just because it's actually the better option, right? Which, I mean, obviously you don't have to, right? You can just play for narrative reasons. But, like, there's still that perceived loss, so I'm not sure about this guy right here. When you kill a creature, you can choose to plant a sigil in their space for free. That is nice. That is nice, but my issue there is, like... it's like, what situations is that gonna benefit in? So you've got a seal placed down already. And you kill the enemy. And they were inside your seal. Because you have a feature that lets you kill things more easily if you're inside your seal attacking things. So you've killed something inside your seal, and you're very good at killing things in your seal. So you'd be dropping a lot of calling cards in areas that are already in your seal and already gaining an effect from, or benefit from, a seal effect. You could start a combat by, like, going after little minions, but, like, are you sure you know that's a minion and not, like... Okay, yeah, this thing's tiny, but it's actually got surprisingly a lot of HP. So now you focus in on that, and you're like, okay, yeah, this thing's gonna die. And then it doesn't die, and then you're thrown off, and you're like, crap, I've already engaged, and I haven't drawn any seals, or sigils. And I've used my action to attack, so I can't use my action to disengage. And even then, you can't really control where the enemy is. Yeah, you can't really control where the enemy is. So... it might be useful, but not that useful. Like, the only thing I could see this being really good, and not even, like, really good, but, like, the only kind of, like, main use of this is, like, starting another seal, right? So you run out to another area, and you kill an enemy, and boom, you've got a free sigil. You've got a new sigil, and... That's now your starting point. You use that as a starting point to make a new seal, sorry. It is cool, but... I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure. Perhaps it renews your seal's duration rather than dropping a new seal. Or dropping a new sigil. Yeah. New. No. Ugh. Both those things are gonna fall into a bag of rats problem. Yeah, both of those are falling into a bag of rats problem. And... yeah. Yeah, I don't think I can do that because of... or do those features because of that. Without having to make them, like, kind of clumsily written with, like, stipulations and stuff. I mean, I could do stipulations, but, like... are there more elegant features I could write? my other note here. Weapons count as having a cost equal to make the scroll for the purposes of the spell. And that's there literally for Steel Windstrike. Because Steel Windstrike has the material component of a weapon that costs at least 1 silver piece. Do you guys think it's clear enough? Because up here, right here is your list of spell scrolls and how much it costs to produce said spell scroll, right? Do you think that it's clear enough do you think it's clear enough that, like, when somebody looks at that spell and is like, okay, it needs a weapon worth at least 1 silver piece, and this is made out of a spell scroll that cost you, like, in the case of a level 1 spell scroll, this class is very good at making them so they can make them cheaper, but it's still going to cost you 10 gold worth of supplies. Is it still clear that the weapon has a cost of 10 GP because it was made from a first level spell scroll that you made and spent 10 gold to make? I think so. What do you think? Because I'm just wondering if I need to add more wording to this feature, and I don't really want to. I really don't want to do that. I think it's fine. I think it's probably fine. Yeah. So now I have to write this and that. Yeah. I'm just thinking of, like, the last 2 features. Like, do I want this to be just damage? Which could very well be fine, because, like, no other subclass is really trying to plug in to be like, yeah, this is the damage subclass, other than really Order of Origami. Or I guess Order of Seekers is also going to be like a damage kind of class, but more like a traditional magic blasty damage. But also Order of Seekers isn't making the initial release, most likely, so I don't know. I don't know. Like, the whole narrative of this is like, so you've got your sword, and then while you're in your seal, you're better at fighting things. And 10th level is usually an upgrade to... Well, not necessarily an upgrade, but it ties back into the core flavor. And the core flavor is your origami arsenal, right? So, you'd think that you'd get better at making your origami weapon, right? And that'd be really, really powerful and really, really nice. And I think, like, I like the idea of what I have here for it. Because my idea here is, like, the blade deals an extra 1d4 damage of either force or, if the scroll you use to make it uses a damage type. Like, say, you make a scroll out of... like a, like, sure, you can't use the scroll, but, like, you make the scroll out of... Well, actually, you can use scrolls not on your spell list, but that's only at later level. Which... Wait a second, hold on. Does that come online at 10th? Yeah, Decipher Arcane does come online at 10th. Oh. That's kind of some cool synergy there. Because you can now use spell scrolls that aren't on your spell list. Meaning you can go and find that fireball spell scroll. Sure, you can't cast it with spell slots, but it's like, you can use it, right? But instead of using it, you're like, okay, this is a fairly valuable scroll, I'm going to turn this into a weapon. And because it's a fireball scroll, and it lists its dealing fire damage, instead of force, you can, if you want to, choose to have it deal fire damage. So if you're up against, like, some sort of plant creature, you could take advantage of it that way. And that leads to, like, a really cool customization thing. Because, like, for right here, the origami arsenal, there's no limit to, like, how many origami weapons you can make. Right? You can make as many as you want. But, like, really, you're the only person who can use them. Like, somebody else could, but it'd be like a improvised weapon attack, basically, because they're not proficient with it. But, like, you can customize this. So, like, okay, I want my, like, flail made out of scroll of Snillock Snowball Swarm. And that's going to do cold damage. And then I want my fireball pike. And I want my long sword of Tasha's Caustic Brew. And that's going to do acid damage. Because, like, that plays into the idea of the arsenal, right? Customizing your arsenal with different damage types. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I think I've sold myself on it. I like that. Yeah, there we go. That's cool. Cool, but that also falls into the magic missile all the way trap. Yes and no. Because, like, it's only a d4 of extra damage. And the thing here is, like, yes, force damage is great because barely anything resists it. But as far as I'm aware, there's no creatures that are vulnerable to force damage. And my idea here is like, okay, yeah, you're gonna want your nice, good old reliable, right? Get your good old reliable weapon, the one you use most, make that force damage. And then if you come up against a plant creature, you're like, oh, hold on, let me just grab my my fire pike here and go to town on it because I know they're weak to fire, right? Because it's a D4 of damage, which I'm not too concerned about. If this was like, yeah, you can do like a special attack on the side that deals like 3d8 force damage, or you can choose to make it a fire thing, then I'd be concerned. I mean, it's like, okay, yeah, you would just pick force all the time. But like, you can have multiple damage types with this. So you're not set to just being force, right? Because my only other idea here, I don't know. Like, I guess what I'm trying to get at is like, you also, just because this class gets so many spells that are not dealing damage, I need a default, right? And I want, because you're going to be making a lot of spells and a lot of spell scrolls, or a lot of spell scrolls out of like utility scrolls. And it just kind of feels bad where it's like, okay, here we go, I've got this scroll. Let's quickly turn it into a weapon, and then you go to swing with it, and it's like, yeah, that's right, it's not going to do any damage because it doesn't have a damage type associated with it. And like I said, there's barely any damage spells on the spell list. It's like you then have to go out of your way to be like, okay, yeah, I guess, hold on, let me just take a long rest, let me prep this spell, then let me take the time to make it, and then let me unprep it, because I don't really want it, but I just want the damage, you know? Yeah. Alright. So. Your... origami weapons now deal and damage. Your origami weapons now deal an additional 1d4 force damage. If the scroll used to make them has a damage instead if the scroll used to make them has a damage type associated if the spell on the scroll used to make them to make the weapon has a damage type associated with it, you can instead choose to use that damage type instead of force. Developed a greater understanding of how the magic of your scrolls affects your origami. You can now draw upon that magic to Having developed a greater understanding of how the magic of your scrolls affects your origami, you can... Having developed a greater understanding of how the magic of your scrolls affects your origami, you can now draw upon that magic to embolden your strikes. Yeah, I think that's fine. Starting at 10th level, having developed a greater understanding of how the magic of your scrolls affects your origami, you can now draw upon that magic to embolden your strikes. Your origami weapons deal an additional 1d4 force damage. If the spell on the scroll used to make the weapon has a damage type associated with it, you can instead choose to use that damage type instead of force. Beautiful. Very nice, very flavorful, and very much longer than I thought it was going to be. There's now no room for a 14th level feature whatsoever. Well, guys, I guess we're done the class, or done the subclass. Thanks for stopping by. No, this just means that we're going to have to replace this with something. Hold on, just pop that back up there. Let's get rid of those. That's the bag of rats thing. Weapon counts, cost, that's fine. Oops, not up there. Instead, it will go here. And that's perfect. Cool. Okay. So what we need to do is we need to finagle a few things around here. And I think order of espionage might, maybe, Order of messengers, I'm going to have to put something there, so that's all that space is going to be gone. So we're not moving order of messengers. Order of Espionage has quite a bit of space to work with. Cartography, artists. I suppose this also has something to do with, like, what do I want to be the first subclass people see? Because what I always do is I always go and show my first subclass in the preview. Artist is pretty cool. And kind of like a catch-all. Espionage is a bit more focused. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Okay. And you get a new row. And no, actually, I'm gonna undo that. I'm going to plop a new row up there. Take that out and put that in order of origami. Okay. Actually, no. What I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly snag that and just drop that in there so I can... God. There we go. Grab artists and boom. There we go. Artist is now at the top, and I can get rid of that box and drop tattoos down there. Okay. Espionage, messengers, origami, artists, Coolio. Okay. And drop that like so, and as I suspected, Drawn to Life is gonna have to be moved over to the next side of it. Okay, that works. That is totally fine. Because that's still going to give me some wiggle room down here for like a cool paintbrush asset or something. And then, depending on how long this is, I might be able to just layer the full paintbrush across the bottom here. Yeah. Yeah, okay. There we go. It kind of worked out in my favor, actually, for layout. I can see, like, the full paintbrush being layered across the bottom. Nice. Okay. And I can get rid of the signature order text. Cool. Artists, origami, messengers, espionage, cartography, and probably tattoos, but we're not sure yet. So how much wiggle room has that given me in actuality? Let's write up, why is there... Oh, it's weird drop down there. Okay. Oh, and that's got... Where's this drop down coming from? There's no, like, weird... No. No. Huh. Yeah, not a clue where the drop-down is coming from, but whatever. Yeah, I suppose we should... write for origami magic, just so we actually finalized how much space we have here. And that's going to inform how much space we have left to work with for our 14th level feature. Woohoo! Yes. Let's get this done. Okay. Weave there. No. Members of the Order of Origami weave the beautiful calligraphy of their scrolls into powerful origami weapons. Fundamental magic focuses on fundamental magic focuses on, it's like wind. They focus a lot on wind, so like the lightness of paper. Their fundamental magic focuses on embodying the did have it right. Their fundamental magic focuses on embodying the lightness of the paper they wield. Yeah, that's quite flavorful. I like that. How could we trim it down a line, though? I don't want this little thing sticking out the bottom. Beautiful calligraphy of their scrolls and powerful origami weapons. Their fundamental magic focuses on their fundamental magic embodies the lightness of the paper they wield. Emphasizes? I do try and keep the term fundamental magic in all of this sort of like extended spell list little blurb for all of them as like a across the board kind of thing. Their fundamental magic embodies the lightness of the paper they wield. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that is fine. Cool. Trying to get their flavor text done too, just so I know how much work or how much space I've actually got to work with. I do like that little suggestion, though. Your skill with scrolls refuses to be contained to merely 2 dimensions. Yeah, it's going to use that as the intro. The order of... so there we go. Your skill with scrolls refuses to be contained to merely 2 dimensions. The Order of Origami passed down special techniques for folding spell scrolls into elegant weapons. Beauty. Simple, to the point. Gets the job done. Flavorful. I think we're good. 3 lines. 3 lines is all we need. Now, of course, I say that, but I still have this other little note line here. Paper shapes, paper cuts, folded blade. Deep cuts or paper cuts? Like deep, as in like you're drawing magic in from the deep within, or from deep within the spell scroll. One with the page. Fit a bit more in there. Darn. That's how we're gonna have to cut it. Okay. Nope. Too far. There we go. As an action, you can take a spell scroll or parchment and magically fold it into an origami weapon. When you do so, choose any simple melee or martial melee weapon to use as an archetype. It then gains the property associated with the weapon. However, it melee weapon as an... yeah. I thought so. Where along the path have we lost this? Okay, let's cut that, put it in there. Cut that. Cut this. And I think that's the end of it. Gained the... Yep. Prop this up. Gained the... martial melee weapon. It then gains the properties associated with the weapon. However, it only weighs as much as the scroll used to make it. This weapon, blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. I think we fixed it. Good. Good. Good, good, good. Okay. That gives us a lot more space to work with when making our final 14th feature here. Okay. We've got Fold, we've got Origami Arsenal, we've got one with the page. That sort of implies like a book. And this isn't really a book, this is more just a single scroll. Which could be referred to as a page. You know? Like, instead of... almost like you've torn a page out of a book and turned it into a scroll. There we go. Tied into the name of it better. Having developed a deeper understanding of how the magic of your scrolls affect your origami, you can now draw upon that magic to embolden your strikes. Cool. Yeah. Alright, so origami magic. Get the pink 5. Origami arsenal also. Get the right color, because it's done. One with the page is basically done. And deep cuts is done. Now we just need the 14th. That's kind of weird. Normally it takes us a long time to figure out what we want to do for the 10th level. And now here I am, sitting, literally scratching my head, at how we're gonna do the 14th level feature. Let's just write out what we've got here. And unknown. Okay. So my idea for 14th, the little note I have is deal extra damage equal to the spell level of the scroll once per turn. Man, I think that might be... I'm just worried that might be a little much. Like, let me just go to a dice calculator and see what we've got here. Okay, so let's roll 3d8. Okay. So 3d8 is like a melee, I think. I'd have to double check, but it's at the very least it's pretty close to a melee level 1 spell. And the average of that is 13.5. Okay. What if you do 3d6, which is your typical AoE first level spell? 10.5. And I'm just thinking, like, okay, so if you get a 9th level spell scroll, that is going to be a flat 9 damage all the time. Right? A flat 9 damage all the time on top of... Where is it? But mind you, this is only while you're inside your seal, so you do need to set that up. Your origami weapons can only be melee weapons, so your enemy has to be in there with you. And it requires setup. So... Is that bad? So let's see, hold on. Let's get the dice calculator going again. So this is going to be... Let's just say this is the best melee weapon you can make. So it's going to be a 2d6 weapon. You're going to add your intelligence modifier, which at this range is most likely going to be a +5. Then you add your d4 force damage. And then... your +9 because this is a 9th level spell scroll you've turned into an origami blade. Of course, this is like best case scenario, and you can't do this until 17th level. But would be nice to see this. So this is going to be an average of 23.5 for that hit. That's pretty meaty, if you ask me. So, what's that without the flat 9? Drops all the way down to 14.5 average, which is still respectable damage, don't get me wrong, but like... Let's do a few of these, hold on. So this is going to be the without, this is going to be the with, the 9... Okay. 23.5. So I'm gonna do 1. That's just gonna be... Oops. The baseline. This is just 1 attack. I'm gonna do 1, that's 4. So you're just gonna get both your melee attacks in. 10 and 2d4 plus 9, because the 9 only applies to 1 attack. 38 damage. And then what if you do an ink blot attack? So instead of making a second attack, it's going to be your cantrip. So it's going to be 4d8. 41.5. What if you do an origami swarm attack? 37.5. Okay. Always leery of abilities that are conditionally balanced. They can definitely work, but they take time exploring alternatives first. Yeah, exactly, which is my concern with this. Yeah, at the very least, hold on. Warding Wind is Xanathar's, okay. I do, at the very least, want to finalize the spell list here. Blinding Smite, Slipstream, or Wind Wall. What does chat think? Blinding Smite, which does radiant damage, which is like... doesn't really make that much sense, but the main thing here is it blinds, and my idea there is it blinds because you're like pouring the ink out of the scroll and you're like blinding their face. Slipstream is a spell that I wrote for my Soulforged spellbook project. Basically, you pick a point, and you pick another point, a little vortex of wind swirls between them. One person can go into the first point, and they'll get carried over to the other point. That plays into the whole, you know, embodies the lightness of paper, because they're getting a lot of wind spells. And then Wind Wall is... it's very, that one guy from League of Legends, he, like, takes his blade and he, like, swipes it, and then a wall of wind just kind of, like, goes in front of him. Again, playing into the wind thing. Do you guys think I should keep Blinding Smite? Because Blinding Smite is not on the Sealer spell list, but Slipstream and Wind Wall both are. And then freedom of movement is totally fine. Warp Blade is always fun. It's another one that I wrote for the Soulforged spellbook. Basically anything with like a FSS in like this teal green, that's marked for Soulforged spellbook spells. Tempting. They can make the best use of smite spells, but thematically, it's the least suited. Yeah. Yeah, it's the Radiant that's throwing me off. The Blinding fits, but Radiant is no-go. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're gonna get rid of that. Oh, which means I can put that down there. Cool, and you freed up more space. Do you have room to give them a unique smite variant? I mean, yeah, I definitely could. Yeah, I definitely could. Like an ink smite, no. I could go with ink blot, but I've got that name taken already for the cantrip that, like, you throw acidic ink at someone. I'm just thinking, like, so you've got that spell, but I don't necessarily want it on the sealer spell list. So I'm gonna write a spell, and it's just not available to anyone. Technically. Like, in the little box it says available for, I just have none. But I mean, I guess I could. I guess I could make it a sealer spell. But it's very obvious that the Order of Origami is the best suited for it. And therefore also... And therefore also gets it on their spell list, right? Yeah? I guess I could. Yeah. I'll think more on that, I think, but I'm just going to add that to my list. Good old YouTube bots trying to pass yourself off as someone else. Anyway, maybe make a ink smite as finding smite does not make sense. There we go. Toss that into my notes app. Just an off the top of head idea, could be terrible. If an ink and quill user wanted to take it, they theoretically could. It would just not be for pure efficiency. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, for like that blinding spell. Because it's a thrown weapon, but you don't have to throw it, right? So you're making a melee attack. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose. Ink and Quill could make use of that still. And hey, maybe one of the stamping shield. Oh, like Aegis, the Aegis stamp, one. This guy. Could be a proc. Smite spells on a miss. Like a oh. Not quite sure what if this is what you were getting at, but like maybe a reaction blind? A reaction blind against an attacker. Opens up the ink pad. When the attacker strikes. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Reaction blind, and blind can be pretty powerful. I like retaliatory shields, yeah. Reaction on a shield kind of thing always makes sense to me. Like, reaction is always like laying in wait, defensively, hunkering down, waiting for the time to make your move, right? That's how I always see, like, reaction. Or not always, but most of the time. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man, I don't know. So is there a way we can, like, build directly off of one with the page? While you are within your seal, when you take the attack action on your turn using your origami weapon, you can make one additional attack with the same origami weapon, or another weapon of your choice. Alternatively, you can choose to cast a cantrip in place of this additional weapon attack. Some sort of advantage on your first attack, maybe? As a reaction to a successful strike, you can reposition an enemy into / out of your seal. As like a little origami swarm kind of carries them away. Or like a paper fan thing. Smack them and blow them around. That's kind of funny. Yeah, I guess like a paper fan, but the only issue with that is like you want people in your zone. You don't necessarily want to blow them away to potentially get them out of your zone, because therefore you won't be able to use your one with the page feature if you're not attacking while in the zone. And because you're melee only, your target effectively has to be in the zone as well. Maybe after you make your attacks using like your one with the page feature, like you strike, and then you can activate the... You can choose to activate the scroll. Obviously, it's going to get rid of your weapon, but it's also going to fire off the spell. Which also might be a little too powerful, because like there's no limit to how many origami weapons you can make. Like, literally turn all of your spell scrolls into origami weapons. And sure, you're losing the weapon, but like, if you've taken the time to pre-plan ahead and you got a lot of weapons like this, that could be fairly devastating. But I still don't think that's right. At the very least, I'm going to write it down, though. I do like the fact that one is playing directly into the fact that, yep, this is a scroll, and you can use scrolls to cast magic, right? Like, it's tying directly into the whole theming of the class, instead of just being like, oh, you get advantage, or like, oh, you can do more damage. It's just like, yes, this is a scroll. You have made your weapon out of a scroll, and we're going to remind you of it. Or have their blood reinvigorate your ink somehow on a successful strike rather than a kill, assuming they can bleed. Not a super big fan of that narrative for this subclass. Like, maybe some sort of, like, blood sealer, where instead of ink, they use blood. And they can, like, damage themselves to embolden their seals or whatever. Because then you've got the underlying theme of, like, yep, this is blood. This is the blood subclass. This, I can, like, cause my enemies to bleed and use their blood as my ink. Right? I just feel like that's kind of introducing a brand new narrative at level 14, which wasn't there at all. Or cause bleeding damage due to paper razor cuts. Yeah, like a paper razor cut damage over time thing. Rip the weapon into a generic burst of damage on a hit. Sounds really cool, though it could be super dangerous if the spell was an AoE. Yeah. Yeah, which is why I'm concerned. Because especially by 10th level, you can use all scrolls, even if they're not on your spell list. Yeah, having it remind, not necessarily, yeah, like the feature literally reminds you, like, yep, alright, when you gain this feature, your spell scroll will talk to you every 10 minutes, reminding you that it is in fact a spell scroll. No, but yeah, definitely tying it into it being, like, a scroll feature would be the ideal to work with. But yeah, like ripping the weapon ripping it apart, doing like a generic burst of damage on a hit could also be cool. But you're also... Because you're also getting rid of the weapon. You're getting rid of your weapon, and you're getting rid of your spell scroll. Because like you said, this is a generic burst of damage, right? This isn't like activating the scroll. So... Are players going to think that's a good idea? Right? They've got this scroll. And let's just say, like, I've got extra damage equal to the level of spell scroll. Let's make it, like, extra damage equal to twice the level of the spell scroll. They've got, like, a first level spell, I don't know, magic missile, for example. Would you much rather do a magic missile? Or would you much rather do an attack that does +2 force damage, because it's double the level of the spell scroll? I don't know. I don't think so. I wouldn't. Yeah, I certainly wouldn't want to do that. I'd feel cheated out of my spell scroll, right? Because at the end of the day, you can still use the spell scroll, even if it is in weapon form, right? That's baked into the third level feature. Yeah. 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 Still not really sure what to do with this. But we are just about to wrap up. We've got 3 minutes left, or less than 3 minutes, because I was trying to aim for like a 6 p.m. End time here. And I also do need to eat, which is why I was aiming for said time. But yeah, I guess we can revisit this. If you guys have any more suggestions, or want to think of any more suggestions, you know, get those gears turning, and bring them back to me on Thursday. Yes, Thursday. Thursday and Friday is when I'm also going to be streaming. Small stream Thursday, big stream Friday. I was thinking of basing the damage off your plus to hit and the table above, rather than purely the level of the spell. Makes it fairly smite-like. And I don't like to copy abilities, yeah. Oh, so like actually rolling dice. I see what you mean. Okay. Just randomly thinking, like, roll a number of d4s equal to the level of the spell scroll. But then you're still running into the issue of, like, is the damage worth it, right? Okay, cool. I can do an attack and I can roll a d4 if I got my first level spell scroll here and burn it. Now it's gone. Or I could just sit back and activate the spell scroll weapon and it's gone. But because it was a magic missile, it's now firing magic missiles, which do 3 missiles for 1d4 plus 1 per missile, and they never miss. So theoretically, you could still be standing in melee range, right? And cast the magic missile weapon, and boom. So, yeah. This is definitely something I gotta think a bit more on. But for now, that is gonna do it, I think. Yeah. yeah, we're going to call it here. Thank you, everyone, for stopping by. Thank you for all the support. I hope to see you in the Discord server, hanging out. I'll have to catch up on that in a little bit after I'm done wrapping things up. And yeah, of course, now that I'm wrapping up the stream, I see the view counter beginning to rise. Why? Why must you do this? But yeah, for anybody just literally tuning in, I will be streaming again on Thursday and Friday. So be sure to subscribe or follow for that. And if you want more specific updates, go to the description and join the Discord server. Again, very sorry for people who are literally just joining. I'm sorry. I feel bad now. But I do need to eat because I am human. I think. Anyway. Yeah, that will do it. Thank you everyone for stopping by. And I'm always really bad at wrapping these up. So hopefully you all have a very good night. And I will see you, yes you, next time. Take care.